And I'm the other presenter host of the day.
And it's our great pleasure to welcome everyone to today's event. Berkeley China Summit, founded in 2016, holds an annual summit featuring high-level discussions about the latest discoveries, trends, and cross-border opportunities. It is our mission to encourage bilateral discussion and collaboration between the U.S. and China.
This year's summit theme is Venturing Amid Uncertainties, Collaboration for Prosperity. Over this past year, countries around the world have faced significant challenges, whether it's COVID-19, regional conflicts, supply chain issues, high inflation, trends towards deglobalization, or tiny monetary policies. A recession is looming and it is probably already here. This is why we pick uncertainty and collaboration as this year's summit theme, because we believe that uncertainty will continue to be one of the key words over the next 2 years, and only with collaboration can we overcome our current challenges.
So before we start, we would first like to extend a special welcome to our featured keynote speaker today, Consul General Zhang Jianming. We also want to welcome and thank our Plantium sponsor, China Mobile International, our gold sponsor, AlphaX, RE Capital, and Silicon Valley Bank, Home Cook for sponsoring today's lunch, and the long-term support from Cal Alumni Association. We want to express our gratitude to our media partners, China Global Television Network and Silicon Valley Times, together with all the student clubs and organizations that support this year's summit. We also want to remind you that the emergency exit is on the right-hand side of the conference room and just outside the door.
We will now introduce our first opening remarks speaker. As a senior director for KPMG LLP, he collaboratively manages the state and local government practice in Los Angeles. He also leads internal initiatives, including KPMG's Family for Literacy program, and develops a partnership with the Los Angeles Unified School District and the Latino Employee Network. At Berkeley, he received his bachelor's degrees in political science and ethnic studies. Please welcome now the president of the Cal Alumni Association, Alfonso Salazar.
Buenos dias a todos. Good morning, everyone. I am so happy and pleased to be here. First, let me welcome all of you back to campus. One of the things I've noticed over the last few days is just the joy and happiness that I've encountered in everyone being here on campus. Our ability to interact, our ability to say hello to each other, our ability to collaborate in person is just so important. And I'm thrilled to be here this morning to kick off this wonderful event. My name is Alfonso Salazar, and I am the president of the Cal Alumni Association. And on behalf of the 500,000 living Cal alumni, I'd like to welcome you and thank you for all you do for our community. This year marks the 150th year of the Cal Alumni Association. Hard to believe, 150 years. In 1872, the class of 1873 decided that they wanted to create an organization that connected Cal grads back to the university. And with that simple establishment of an organization, the Cal Alumni Association continues to provide services to all Cal alum. The Cal spirit is the heart of everything we do at CIA. And the Cal spirit is what fuels our Cal alumni community. What does that mean? For me, it means pride. Pride in all of you. I often am asked, what does it mean to be part of the Cal Alumni Association or any alumni association? And what benefits does it bring? In many respects, it's the pride that I have in all of you, in your accomplishments, in your journeys, and in what you are going to achieve later on in life. That connection back to the university is really not tangible, but the connection to each other, the connection to our friends, the connection back to our classmates is really what's core and central to all that we do here at Berkeley. And I'm just so excited to kind of bring people together to continue with that effort. It's the respect for our history, our commitment to reaching our goals, supporting each other and reaching our goals, celebrating achievement beyond ourselves. And that's really what kind of Berkeley is all about. What's interesting, our executive director recently was able to identify one of the first mission statements of the Cal Alumni Association. And let me read it to you. The association's original charter centered on the promotion of good fellowship, kindly feeling among its members, and the fostering of liberal and scientific culture on the West Coast. And in many respects, it's kind of what we do today. On the other side of the coin, of course, they were not thinking about encouraging bilateral discussions and collaboration between Berkeley and China. So I'm so excited that we're gathering here today to have those conversations, to further the charter of the Alumni Association and bring us all together, not only here at Berkeley, but throughout the world. Our goal, of course, is to offer programs to really establish the next generation of leaders, of world leaders. I'm grateful to our international community of alumni and partners who bring this important work to fruition. I'm equally grateful to all of our speakers today as well. I would like to thank the organizers of the China Summit, including the members of the 2022 BCS Organizing Committee, the Board of Directors, the Chinese chapter, the Berkeley Chinese Alumni International Association, and all the students who have worked to put this event together. In many respects, let me just leave you with one last thought. The Cal Alumni Association, our chapters, and our university, we serve as the gateway to fulfilling our dreams. My wish for all of you today is to continue on that path, to make relationships with each other, to find that collaboration as we continue to move forward to reach our dreams. So thank you so much. You have a wonderful program ahead of you. So proud to be part of your day today. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfonso, for your great speech. Our next speaker is the Berkeley China Summit's board representative. He received his bachelor's degree at Berkeley in molecular and cell biology in 1997. He has years of experience in the medical device field and has served at various senior leadership roles in companies including Centon and Carzis Meditech. Currently, he is the Vice President of Marketing of Body Vision Medical. Please welcome our next opening speaker, Victor Chan.
Thank you very much for coming. Again, my name is Victor Chan. I am the co-president of the CAA Chinese chapter and a member of the BCS Board of Advisors. And again, especially post-pandemic, it's great to see that all of us are able to participate in events in person. And so welcome you all to that. I still remember that maybe it was the spring of 2016, when we had a Chinese chapter board meeting in Oakland, and Bak Chan and Ann Su, who's part of the Chinese chapter board, said, hey, we have a couple of students that have a very interesting proposal we should look at. So we were sitting across from Sam Wang and Tony Sun, and they said, hey, we want to put on what we're going to call the Berkeley Chinese Summit. And it's going to be an event that fosters collaboration, fosters an exchange of ideas between UC Berkeley and China. And looked across from them and go, okay, interesting proposal. Who's going to put this on? And they're like, what are you talking about? It's us, right? And so it's like, okay. And like any kind of venture capital investment, you look at it and go, okay, well, do we believe that these folks can actually pull it off? And do we have the passion to do this? And we looked at it and said, okay, well, does this really align with what the CAA and what the Chinese chapter particularly, does it align with our goals, right? Is it something that fosters fellowship amongst alumni? Maybe. Is it educational? Seems like it. Does it preserve, Chinese and Chinese American history as it relates to alumni on campus? Not really. But nonetheless, it's a bold proposal. We should consider it. And so we did decide to ultimately, fund it. And lo and behold, in the fall of 2016, they had the very first Berkeley China Summit. And over the years, we've seen it grow, we've seen it expand in scope, in size, in ambition. And so happy to see that in its 5th year, that we have amazing slate of speakers addressing a number of topics that are near and dear to us because of their relevancy, because of what it speaks to the future of collaboration between academia and industry. Could not be happier to see how the efforts of the students that helped put this on, the efforts of the advisors that, again, help put this amazing agenda together. And so, without further ado, I want to welcome all of you again. And I hope you guys enjoy the phenomenal agenda that the BCS committee put together. And we'll learn as much from it as I certainly will. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor, for your remarks. Next on our agenda, we will have our first keynote speaker. He was the director of the Translation Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and was China's ambassador to the Czech Republic. He has made significant efforts to promote sustainable, healthy, and stable development of U.S.-China relations. Today, he will be sharing with us about bilateral communication between China and the U.S. and how to build a better future together. Please welcome the Consul General of the People's Republic of China in San Francisco, Jian Mingzhang.
我用这个，还用这个吧。Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dear students, it's a great honor for me to be part of the first post-pandemic in-person event at UC Berkeley. And I want to start by thanking the organizers. I used to be a member of the Student Union body, so I know how much effort you have put into this enterprise to make this project possible. And I also want to thank all the students who show up today. It's a Saturday morning, not easy to get up so early. UC Berkeley is one of the best universities with immense intellectual vitality. You are the brightest minds from across the world, and you come together here to explore, ask questions, and deepen understanding of the world. As a Chinese diplomat, I'm a strong believer in the role of communication, of dialogue, and of collaboration. So I'm very delighted to have this opportunity to talk with you about China-US relations and work together to foster collaboration, increase certainty to some degree, and work together with you to improve the world. Today is a very special day for China. It's the 73rd anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. The Chinese people are all very proud of the achievements we have made in the past 73 years. In fact, each and every one of us Chinese have very personal stories to tell about how the country has evolved and how our lives have become better. When I was an elementary school student, I could never have imagined that science class, science lesson, could be taught live by Chinese astronauts from outer space in China's own space station. When I joined the diplomatic service in 1990, I had to travel by train from my hometown, Hangzhou, to Beijing, the capital city. At that time, it took me more than 25 hours. Actually, it's about 29 hours. It's a distance of 1,500 kilometers or 930 miles. But if you make the same trip today, it will take only less than 5 hours. Among the audience, I can see many Chinese students. I would like to congratulate you on having this opportunity to study in this wonderful university. You must be the pride of your family. But such opportunities was extremely rare for your parents, let alone your grandparents, because when they were at your age, China was yet to achieve moderate prosperity, yet to eradicate abject poverty, yet to open as widely to the outside world, and yet to become the world's second largest economy. So China has indeed come a long way. The progress we have made is a result of many factors, including the able leadership of the Chinese Communist Party and government, the hard work of the entire Chinese population, and the support and collaboration of the international community, including the United States. Our journey will continue, and the better is still to come. In 2 weeks' time, the much anticipated 20th National Congress of the Chinese Communist Party will take place. It will formulate major development goals and plans for the next 5 years and beyond. China will be a source of certainty. What I can assure you is that we will keep up with our efforts to achieve national rejuvenation. At the same time, we will remain committed to working closely with the rest of the world in building the global community with a shared future. This year is also a very special year for China-US relationship. It marks the 50th anniversary of President Nixon's historic ice-breaking trip to China in 1972. According to Chinese President Xi Jinping, the reopening and growth of China-US relations was the most important event in international relations in the past 50 years. It has benefited our two countries, and it has benefited the whole world. Of course, when President Nixon made the visit to China, I was still too little to know anything about it. But he did come to visit my hometown. He brought 5 tree seedlings from California and gave them to the city as a gift. One of them was a sequoia tree, and it was planted in Hangzhou Botanic Garden. When it was first planted, it was only 2.4 meters tall. Now, if you go there, it's already nearly 20 meters tall. So maybe you will find it interesting to take a look at it if you ever visit Hangzhou. Like the tree, the China-US relationship has also grown significantly over the past decades. Our relationship has gone through ups and downs, but on the whole, we have managed to identify common interests and engage each other in mutually beneficial cooperation in so many fields. One example of our cooperation is in the field of education. As a result of the normalization of relations, and as a result of China's opening up and reform program, the Chinese and US governments decided, they agreed in 1978 that China would send its students to study in American universities. Many people applied, but for the very first group, only 52 Chinese students were sent over here to study. Out of the 52, guess how many? 14 came to study at UC Berkeley, more than any other American university. So in this sense, UC Berkeley has been one of the pioneers in educational exchanges between our two countries. So a big thank you to UC Berkeley. Since then, the number of Chinese students studying in American universities has increased dramatically, exceeding 400,000 before the pandemic. The momentum of growth is strong, and it is also true of the exchanges and cooperation between us in many other fields. Both countries and the whole world have benefited from such positive developments and collaboration between China and the US. When President Nixon visited China in 1972, he was invited to a welcoming banquet at the Great Hall of the People. He delivered a toast, and he said, "The Chinese people are great people. The American people are great people." If our two peoples are enemies, the future of this world we share together is dark indeed. But if we can find common ground to work together, the chance for world peace is immeasurably increased. We, on the whole, enjoyed a productive relationship for decades. Nevertheless, to the disappointment of many, severe challenges have cropped up in our relationship in recent couple of years. The bilateral relationship is now at a low ebb since the establishment of diplomatic ties. China is viewed by the United States as its primary rival and most serious long-term challenge. China's sovereignty and territorial integrity is violated. Unfounded accusations are made against China to mislead the public opinions. Common interests are ignored. Seeing such developments, I and many people I've spoken to are increasingly concerned that unless serious efforts are made to improve the situation, our relationship might further deviate from the right track and eventually will find our two countries sliding toward the dark future that President Nixon warned against 50 years ago. The China-US relationship is one of the most consequential. How this relationship evolves will shape the world in the 21st century. Given such importance, everyone is a stakeholder, and no one should be a mere spectator. So it will be necessary for us all to combine our efforts to improve understanding, foster collaboration, and help improve and grow this important relationship. In this regard, I would like to share with you 3 R's that I've been thinking a lot about recently. For our relationship to get better, I think it's important to be more respectful, reasonable, and responsible. So 3 R's: respectful, reasonable, and responsible. Let me start with being respectful. When our two presidents communicated with each other, President Xi Jinping pointed out that in order for our two countries to get along, it is necessary for there to be mutual respect, peaceful existence, and win-win cooperation. For any relationship to succeed, there has to be mutual respect in the first place. This is not just true in the case of people-to-people relationship. It also applies to relations between states, between nations. If we are respectful to each other, it will enable us to better accommodate differences and find more common ground. That's exactly how our relationship began. From the very beginning, China and the United States have been aware that each is dealing with a country very different from itself. Yet, because there was such mutual respect, these differences were no obstacles to us breaking the ice and establishing diplomatic ties, no obstacles to us deepening cooperation based on common interests, still less to us making joint contribution to world peace and prosperity. Before his departure to China in 1972, President Nixon said at the White House that the government of the People's Republic of China and the government of the United States have had great differences. We will have differences in the future. But what we must do is to find a way to see that we can have differences without being enemies in war. You can never tell how mutual respect will work and what it can bring about. Ping-pong diplomacy started even earlier than the Nixon visit. During the 1971 World Table Tennis Championships in Nagoya, Japan, the US player Glenn Cohen, a young American ping-pong player, happened to get on a shuttle bus, aboard which there was already the Chinese national team. It was a totally new experience for all of the players. They didn't know what to do until the Chinese champion, Zhuang Zedong, walked up to the front of the bus and said hello. He even prepared a silk embroidery as a souvenir for the American player. Cohen responded with a smile and they shook hands, and he also gave Zhuang later a shirt with the US team logo on it in return. What followed had a great impact in both countries and in the world. Team USA visited China after the game was over in Japan. They were received by Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai. 1 year later, Team China became the first Chinese delegation to visit the United States. They were received by President Nixon at the White House. Yes, strategic vision from great statesmen is important for bilateral relations to grow. But like a big nation, a successful relationship needs a solid foundation. And the solid foundation can be built with mutual respect from people just like me and you or anyone sitting next to us. Although China and the United States were different, are different, and will be different, our two peoples have so much in common. To help people realize their dreams for a better life is the common aspiration and common task for every government. There are no shortage of things our two countries need to and can work together on. This leads me to talk about my second R, to be reasonable. I often hear people say to me that today's United States is getting more and more polarized. Remarks are made and actions taken just for the sake of so-called political correctness. But to be honest with you, in my opinion, what seems to be politically correct quite often turns out to be practically incorrect. In the case of Section 301 tariff dispute, some in the US would probably argue that it is politically correct to impose higher tariffs on imports from China. But let's look at the practical results. American consumers have been bearing most of the burden. each household has to spend $1,300 more every year. 250,000 US jobs have been lost because of this. The market value of US companies has shrunk by $1.7 trillion, and the inflation situation does not get any better. We believe the trade dispute hurts our common interests and disrupts the global economy. That's the reason why we have been calling for their removal. Making life difficult for China doesn't make life any easier for the United States. Scapegoating China and punishing China does not help solve the United States' own problems at home. So I would like to ask, would it not be better to take a more reasonable approach and foster collaboration to solve the problems better? In my view, the biggest political correctness is to serve the interests of the people. When I see certain people in this country trying to outperform each other in playing tough against China with little regard to practical results, I just want to say to them, come on, times have changed. In this globalized world with interdependence between countries, especially between the two leading economies, zero-sum game has no place and is unsustainable. On the contrary, we each have a lot to offer to the other side to make life better for both. Through win-win cooperation, both countries will be able to enjoy faster and greater progress and make more joint contribution to solving the world's problems. Engagement with China makes more sense than decoupling from China. China-US relationship is too important to become the victim of short-term calculation driven by political correctness. Chubb CEO Evan Greenberg said at the Center for Strategic and International Studies last June, a full-scale decoupling is an economic impossibility that would undermine US global competitiveness. President Craig Allen of US-China Business Council told me not so long ago that China is the top export market for 5 US states, the top 3 for 38 states in the United States, and the top 5 for 47 US states. Despite the political tension and the impacts of the pandemic, our bilateral trade reached $750 billion last year, up by 28.7%. It supports 26 million jobs in the United States. And of course, it also supports many, many jobs in China as well. US businesses in China overwhelmingly remain profitable and continue to recognize China's importance to their global competitiveness. Tesla has expanded its capacity and now is able to produce 3,000 cars a day in its gigafactory in Shanghai. I have many more examples like this. Again, I'd like to ask, why can't those people just not try to be more reasonable? China has a middle income group that exceeds 400 million. The 1.2 billion people are on their way toward modernization and common prosperity. A stable and more prosperous China will provide broad opportunities for the United States and other countries. Peaceful coexistence and win-win cooperation with China is a more reasonable choice. Perceiving China as a serious challenge might seem politically correct for some, but practically, it will only lead to the self-denial of opportunities that will stem from China's sustained development. The last thing I want to share with you is to be responsible. China is the biggest developing country. The United States is the biggest developed country. Both are Security Council members. We are the two biggest economies. As President Xi told President Biden in their last telephone conversation, the people of our two countries and the world expect China and the United States to take the lead in upholding world peace and security and in promoting global development and prosperity. This, said President Xi, is the responsibility of China and the United States as two major countries. The world is confronted with so many problems that the UN Secretary General has publicly said the world is in deep trouble. Under such circumstances, a stable and healthy relationship between China and the United States will be all the more important. Our bilateral relationship has global significance and bears on the well-being of people across the world. Working with each other, China and the United States can deliver many good things for the whole world. In the past, China and the United States have made concerted efforts in fighting terrorism, tackling the financial crisis, combating the Ebola pandemic, and bringing about the Paris Accord on climate change. Now, in the face of such pressing global challenges as the COVID-19 pandemic, global economic recovery, climate change, non-proliferation, and settlement of regional hotspot issues, the world also very much hopes to see a more stable and cooperative China-US relationship. But to make that happen, it will help if the United States acts more responsibly to adhere to the One China commitment and the provisions enshrined in the 3 Sino-US joint communiques. US Speaker Pelosi's visit to Taiwan has been described by Thomas Friedman, the renowned New York Times columnist, as utterly reckless, dangerous, and irresponsible. It was a provocation against China's core national interests and dealt a heavy blow to our bilateral relationship. The 3 joint communiques provide the political foundation of our relationship. Although both sides have made commitments to abide by the communiques, the United States does not have a very good record of keeping its promise. Repeated failure to observe serious international agreements will ultimately compromise its own international standing and credibility. It will be a plus for its own image if the United States could refrain from applying double standards and stop being so self-righteous. That will bring it one step closer to being a more responsible country that really leads by the power of example, not by the example of power. So to conclude, I want to say that despite all the difficulties in our relationship, I remain hopeful because in my meetings with people from all walks of life, the overwhelming majority strongly wish for a better China-US relationship. Cooperation benefits us all, while confrontation benefits none. At the end of his toast in Beijing, President Nixon quoted Chinese leader Chairman Mao. President Nixon said, Chairman Mao has written, so many deeds cry out to be done, and always urgently. The world rolls on, time passes, 10,000 years are too long. Seize the day, seize the hour. President Nixon went on to say, this is the hour. This is the day for our two peoples to rise to the heights of greatness, which can build a new and better world. Ladies and gentlemen, the improvement of China-US relationship today requires the same spirit of urgency. People of our two countries and the world deserve a better China-US relationship. So let us seize the day, seize the hour to bring that about. Go Bears! Thank you.
Excellent speech on the 3 R's. So now we'll enter the Q&A session. Like for all the audience, feel free to raise your hand if you have any questions to our Consul General Zhang. Yeah. Which one? That person.
U.S. studying right now, and how will the deterioration of China and U.S. relationship impact the students, and what can students prepare in advance?
Thank you for your question. I think your parents at home probably are more concerned than you are. Recently, I visited Washington, D.C., and I had a meeting with an official from the State Department responsible for educational exchanges between universities across the United States. And he said nearly all the universities want to see more Chinese students coming here to study in their respective university. But he also told me that he is aware that the number is dropping. And he said that we know the Chinese students have other options. I think there are several things that we need to take into consideration. One is the pandemic. Pandemic, it has been going on for nearly 3 years now, and it has made travel and overseas study more and more difficult. Unfortunately, it will get over soon. The other thing that is bothering me more than the natural virus is the political virus. The relationship between China and the US is not healthy. The atmosphere is not so favorable. So the Chinese students and their parents, their teachers back at home have legitimate reason to worry whether it's still the best idea to apply to study in American universities. The other factor that is also a big concern to me is the safety issue as a result of the anti-Asian, anti-China crime, the hate crime. So since I arrived here 4 months ago, I've been talking a lot to the US law enforcement officials, government officials, that we hope to work together with them and hope to see more effective measures taken to ensure the safety of Asian or Chinese, especially the Chinese students. There's no reason to hate anybody, be it from Asia or from China or from any other parts of the world. So for Chinese students, I think you would factor in all these situations and proceed from your own best judgment and see whether it's good to continue to study or not in this country. But as I said earlier, I remain hopeful because the people are still, very friendly, and they are always aspiring for a better relationship, and dialogue has been going on. I think if we can work together and combine our efforts, we'll be able to stop the trend of deterioration, and we will prevent those irresponsible, unreasonable, and disrespectful moves on the part of certain people in this country. So together, we hope to restore our relationship to the right track. And if if the China-US relationship can improve and further grow, and the atmosphere gets better, I'm sure American universities will continue to be a very favorable destination choice for Chinese students. The other thing I want to talk about is that there have been very unwarranted accusations thrown in the direction of that make irresponsible and unfounded accusations that Chinese students are all spies. Chinese diplomats are engaged in infiltration, operations. Sometimes I joke with my colleagues. I wish I'm the kind of person like James Bond, 007, driving fancy cars with sophisticated weaponry, gadgets. I'm not. We are here to promote mutual understanding through dialogue and cooperation like this. It's above the board. It's transparent. And so the intention of Chinese students. The Chinese students come here just for knowledge, just to seek more understanding of the world so that they'll be able to serve the society, improve the world together with their American counterparts. And here I also want to pay tribute to professors and scholars at the UC Berkeley, because they signed petitions to voice their opposition, firm opposition to China initiative, which was a very Cold War-minded thing. And I think those things belong to the past. And it's really a shame to see that such mentality still has a market in certain parts of this country, in the mind of certain people. So I hope all of us, the students, the faculty, the universities, education board members, and the general public will all speak up, step up to say no to those irresponsible moves, and together get our relationship better, put it on a healthy footing. Thank you.
Which one? Sorry.
Yeah. The one at the back, maybe? Yeah.
Hi, thank you for your speech. So Taiwan has always been one of the most sensitive issues in China and US relationship. So given that, how should both countries do to deal with this divergence so that it doesn't harm or affect healthy and normal diplomatic relationship?
Thank you very much. The Taiwan question is really the most important and central and most sensitive one in China-US relationship. We all know the adverse impact of Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. I already mentioned some of it in my earlier remarks. And right now, there is some attempt to move the so-called Taiwan Policy Act of 2022, which also contains many anti-China provisions. And these provisions are actually against the 3 Sino-US joint communiques. Taiwan question bears on China's core national interests. It bears on China's territorial integrity and sovereignty, and there's no room for compromise. When the United States and China discussed about the establishment of diplomatic ties, actually both countries agreed on 3 preconditions. First, United States will sever its diplomatic recognition with Taiwan. So it will switch from the recognition to the Taiwan regime to Beijing. And second, it will abrogate its mutual defense treaty with Taiwan. And third, it will withdraw all its military personnel from the island. So only when the United States agreed to these three preconditions that China agreed to have diplomatic ties established. And in the three Sino-US joint communiques, the most important provision is the One China provision. United States recognized the government of the People's Republic of China as the sole legal government representing the whole of China. And China has established diplomatic ties with 181 countries. And in the agreement on diplomatic recognition, it's all like this. You recognize the government of People's Republic of China as the sole legitimate government representing the whole of China. And there's only one China. Taiwan is part of China. So the problem now is caused by certain attempts by Taiwan to support the secessionist activities on the island. Taiwan is trying to get independent, break away from the rest of the country. This won't happen. We lost Taiwan in the 18th century because at that time China was very weak, was very poor. Not anymore. So China is the only major country that is yet to achieve complete national unification. We all know what Abraham Lincoln did to preserve the Union. And China is also prepared to do whatever it takes to uphold its territorial integrity. So I think for this question to be properly resolved, it is a must for the United States to come back to the provisions of One China commitment and the provisions in the three Sino-US joint communiques. I said earlier that it does not have a good record of keeping its promise. You can check the agreement and you can compare it with the actions the US has taken. Arms sale. The United States has been selling a lot of weaponry to Taiwan. But on this issue of military arms sale, there was an agreement between China and US 40 years ago, August 17th, 1982. It's called August 17th Joint Communique. In that communique, it is said very clearly that the United States will reduce its arms sale to Taiwan, both qualitatively and quantitatively. It will not exceed the level of its weapons sale to Taiwan in recent years. When you say in recent years, how long could that be? Now, 40 years have passed, and the United States is selling more weaponry, both both qualitatively and quantitatively. So such breach of its commitment, such breach of the mutually agreed international communiques have been too obvious. So I think this is a very serious issue. There is really little room for compromise. So for our relationship to really embark on a healthy track, the question of Taiwan has to be dealt with caution. And we are confident that as China continues to prosper and as we achieve our national unification, the question of Taiwan can be resolved and will be resolved because it is the aspiration of the entire Chinese nation. And just wait and see. I think you will be able to see it in your lifetime. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Council. Oh, hello. Yeah, thank you, Council General, for your speech, and then we'll move to the next agenda.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And also, thank you everyone for the panel. So just like a quick announcement. So actually, we just received a message from Fiona Ma, like one of the keynote speakers today. So she will be unable to make it to today's meeting because of like a personal emergency. So we're really sorry for the inconvenience and the sudden change of the agenda. But now we'll first move on to a lottery round and then to the first panel of today about Web3. So I'll pass it on to the other moderator, Teresa, to announce the first round of winner for the lottery. Thank you.
Yep. Oh, as Jerry said, hello. Oh, as Jerry said, we'll proceed with the first. Sorry about that technical difficulty. So I'll quickly announce the winners for the first round of lottery. Very exciting because we have very exciting prizes. So before we start, we want to first express our deep appreciation for China Southern Airlines for sponsoring this lottery. And if you have bought tickets through Eventbrite, you was eligible for participating in this lottery. And our prizes include the top prize, which is a global gold card for China Southern Airlines, which will be granted to one winner. And the second prize is the global silver card, which will be granted to a total of 3 winners. And we have drawn this beforehand, so I have the results in my hand, and we'll be announcing results now. So the audience who won the global gold card is, can I get a drum roll? Okay, thank you. The first winner is Fuhan Liu. Congratulations, wherever you are. And then for the second prize, the global silver card, we have 3 winners. And the winners are Hongzhe Bi, Kevin Dong, and Yus Hong Lee. I apologize if I pronounce your name wrong, but congratulations to all the winners for this prize. And if you want, our organizing members will contact you through the email you sign up through Eventbrite, and then we'll give out the prize afterwards. Thank you.
So hope everyone just get excited after the lottery round. So we'll continue with our first panel discussion of today's with topic Web 3.0, the DeFi, GameFi, SocialFi, the Fi world in Metaverse. So in the early days of the internet, there was a shared understanding that this new technology will be transformational. It has changed, internet has changed the way we communicate, work, and entertain. But we have become increasingly reliant on the web. Its darker side also unfolded. From data breaches to election interference, it's clear that the internet is not the safe haven we once thought it was. So what if there was a way to build a new internet, one that was secure, decentralized, democratized, and had the power to transform the way we interact with each other in the digital world? How would that be, and how can we build that world? What are the potential opportunities and challenges? Today, we have invited several panelists from the industry to share their perspective. Our moderator for this panel was also an alumni of Berkeley and received an EW MBA at Haas. She is the marketing director at Digital Economy Collaboration Innovation Lab, the host of the Web3 podcast, Sustain a DAO, Non-Fungible Talk, a serial entrepreneur and angel investor. I will now hand the stage to our moderator, Clarice Cho. Clarice, the stage is yours.
Thank you, everyone. I'm very honored to be here and introduce the panel speakers. So Michael Lee is the VP at Coinbase. And prior to that, he's also the VP of Analytics and Data Usage at LinkedIn. Michael Lee's professional interest has always been empowering people with data and technology through his whole career. His work is to define and operationalize big data and AI in practical terms for financial services, e-commerce, social network, and now blockchain industries. Let's welcome Michael. Ms. Tommaso is a serial entrepreneur and a startup investor, author, advisor, and faculty at the University of California, Berkeley. Tommaso has built 4 tech startups right from scratch and has 2 exits under his belt. Tommaso speaks 7 different languages, is the author of How to Growth Hack Your Startup, Navigating the Metaverse, and he's currently working on his 3rd book. Let's welcome Tommaso. Dr. Charles Chen served as the CFO at BC.io. He's also a director at Leap Initiative and DISO, an advising expert at Alumni Venture Group, and a member of Stanford Angels and Entrepreneurs. Prior to BC.io, he served as the partner at Amino Capital, a PairNet International Fellow at Columbia Law School, and a researcher at Business and Human Rights Resource Center. He managed legal projects sponsored by the US Department of State, the Ford Foundation, and the Asian Legal Resource Center. He has numerous publications on legal issues relating to emerging technology, venture capital financing, and corporate governance in the US and China. Let's welcome Charles.
Yeah, thank you.
So the topic of our panel is DeFi, GameFi, SocialFi, the 5 words in Metaverse and the Web 3.0. So I have a quick question for the audience. So if you never heard the word of decentralized finance, like abbreviated as DeFi, would you please raise your hand? Don't be shy. What about SocialFi and GameFi? Yay, thank you. That's why we are here. We're trying to interpret those new concepts to you. And we have heard the word, the buzzword, I would say, like of Metaverse and the Web 3.0 for around this decade. And it continues to gain more popularity around those years with new concepts like DeFi, GameFi, and SocialFi. So what actually are Metaverse and Web 3.0? And how could this new trend impact future business models as well as our lifestyles? Today, we're glad to have entrepreneurs, investors, innovators, and educators as our panelists and interpret this hot topic from various angles. Our first question would be the definition. What actually is Metaverse and Web 3.0? Let me pass the topic to Tommaso to talk a little bit about Metaverse first.
Well, test. Can you guys hear me? Test. Not that. Yep. Let's switch. That's way better. How's everybody doing? You guys good? Good. Any emotions here? Awesome. So Metaverse, and what is the Metaverse? Thank you so much for having me, first of all, right? I'm very excited to be here. Right? Assuming that this question actually since the year 2021 might have been actually the most frequent asked questions, if not within the most frequent asked question, right? What is this thing called the Metaverse, right? I want to give you a bit of a context here. The year 2020, the business of non-fungible tokens, those unique digital assets. And raise your hands, NFTs. Who has an NFT here? Right, NFTs, you see? Okay, awesome, outstanding. Right, this was a roughly half a billion dollar business globally. Right, in 2021, it multiplied almost 20 to 30x to $20 billion. In the year 2021, in October, there was something happening that was definitely a milestone for this industry of metaverse. As a matter of fact, the entire period between 2020 and 2021, when you were speaking with companies or even consumers, the main topic was unique digital assets. And when you were trying to talk about this thing called the metaverse, they were saying, oh, it's kind of on our agenda, right? It changed the priority with this date on October, where an entrepreneur, a famous entrepreneur here out of the Bay Area, right, Mark Zuckerberg, repositioned and renamed Facebook to Meta. Now, there were a couple of misconceptions because of that. There were a couple of misconceptions of, well, what is this thing now that Mark Zuckerberg announces as the metaverse, right? Before I get into the topic of what is the metaverse, I like always to expand upon, well, what is the metaverse not, right? So that we have actually, we clarify and we bust some misconception here, right? So first of all, because I started out with Facebook/Meta, right? The metaverse is not Meta. Like Google is not the internet, Tesla is not the car, okay? So in position number 2, the metaverse is not VR, right? But it's platform agnostic. You will be able to experience through augmented reality, mobile, and web, right? The metaverse is not about NFTs, but NFTs are unique digital assets that live within a metaverse environment. And ideally, the economics and the tokenomics of a metaverse, of this experience, actually adds utility to those non-fungible tokens, right? And last but not least, and I'm getting now to the point of what is the metaverse through answering what it's not. The metaverse is not a place, ladies and gentlemen. The metaverse is an experience. The metaverse is an extension to our real life. It connects the physical world with the Web3/ with the digital world. And by doing so, there is a supply and demand of digital assets, of unique digital assets within this experience, they're known as non-fungible tokens, right? So it's really this interconnection and this extension of the physical to digital world. Sorry, this was a bad timing to end, right?
So next, let's pass the ball to Charles, and Michael can add on a little bit about Web 3.0.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of misunderstanding of confusions between Metaverse and Web3, but I don't think they are necessarily the same concept. To me, as Tommaso said, Metaverse, I believe also is kind of more about experience. It's interaction among the users online in cyberspace and real time, right? And also you can have some interactions about your digital assets, things like that. But for Web3, I think it's more like a brand new ecosystem about internet or a brand new business model. So for example, you can think about so many people are talking about Web 1, right? Web 1 is an internet for users to read, right? And Web 2 is for users to write. And Web 3 is, I think this is the core about the Web 3, is the internet for users to own. You can own the data you generate. You can own the data you contribute to the internet, right? So in the previous time, as a user or as a content creator of the internet, basically you do the good things for the community, but the platform, a centralized platform, will have all the benefits, right? They will grab the stocks, share the profits, but as a user, you can probably have the information, but you don't really have the right to share the profits of the content or of the platform itself. But in Web3, you are going to be the owner of the data you generated, and also you are the owner of the value you make for the community. I think that's the best thing for Web3. And I think that to make a wonderful Web3, there are several elements probably we have to rely on. First thing is the blockchain technology, right? This is the basis, it's a basic technology foundation for this Web3 ecosystem. And also probably you're going to need a good token economy to encourage the users
to make the contributions and also to allow them to get a fair payback, right, based on their contribution. And also probably there will be several other like digital assets and also like a decentralized platform for users to make this happen, right? So so in my opinion, this is Web3. Yeah.
I think Tommaso defined metaverse really well. In fact, Tommaso started to write a book about metaverse way before Facebook made it really famous, right? Like for the world. So and actually, Tommaso has a book. You can do a live search and then read the book. I think is the best way to learn more about how metaverse originated from and what it really is, right? It takes a lot more understanding to know the concept. I think Charles commented more around Web3, which is actually the angle that he commented is exactly what I would have in mind around data ownership, and also the value and the responsibilities, right, come with it as well. I think what I want to say is I hope all you take away from today is not just a few sentences that we say here, right? I think if you want to understand more, please dig in yourself. There's a lot of content on the internet. Some of them are good, some of them are not. But the more that you read, the more that you understand it, form your own opinion. Because I don't think these two concepts are clearly defined or well defined even today. So it continues to evolve just by itself. So the process of digging in, of learning, of evolving with it is how you get your own opinion, right? And how I hope that everyone can become part of it also, right? Because I fundamentally believe that it's the technology behind it, right, that has been helping us advance this whole work. And behind metaverse and Web3 is blockchain technology that I'm most ambitious about. And I hope everyone can learn more about it to the extent that you can, right? Obviously, if you have a technical background, go read the code, it's all open source, right? Read as much as you can. If you don't have a technical background, learn all the applications that have come out of it. At least you can read the web news. I think just by following the news sources, you can probably easily spend 1 hour a day. Just look at how many things are happening. It's really, really a fantastic work. I'll just answer this.
Thank you. So in Web3 world, we tend to think like DeFi, GameFi, and SocialFi as separate verticals of businesses. But with the development of metaverse concept, it's more likely those sectors going to interact with each other as horizontal. So my question for the panelists is like, what role do you believe DeFi, GameFi, and SocialFi play in metaverse, and how they are going to interact with each other and provide a more immersive metaverse experience?
So let's picture a second again. Why the metaverse at all? Maybe it's fair to say, not everyone is asking what is the metaverse, right? But maybe it is fair also to address the point, well, wait a second, why now? Like, why do we need it now? Like, what's going on? Why is this thing actually being activated, demanded, or questions right now, right? So, and by asking this question, what we are starting understanding is that Web 2 has reached its limits. I said, wait a second, Tommaso, we go from metaverse into the word Web 2. What is Web 2, right? Let's let's take a chapter out of the main pillars of this past 20 years. Web 2 was all about social media that influenced the way that we connect, and with that, the ads business, right? And the e-commerce world, right? So we were all basically buying online, connecting online, learning online, right? And this has reached its limits. So when we think of innovation cycles, all innovation cycles have always three things in common. One is that the previous generation of technology, they're no longer sufficient, okay? And the second that they have in common, the second thing they have in common is that there are new technologies that allow you to go beyond, right? So in Web 2, we had certain limitations, right? And what were those limitations? Those limitations were that we are no longer having fun, and we no longer absorb actually the content the way that actually it should. So, well, Tommaso, you have evidences for it, right? If you take a look at the statistic, except the TikTok, but all the famous social medias, the Instagram, the Twitter, and the Facebook, they're going down in its consumer engagement. That's a fact. And because consumer engagement is going down, what you have on the other hand is that companies say, why should I put my dollars in advertisement if they're not engaging no more? So you see in the most recent revenue that were published in the ads business from Facebook that the revenues went down for the very first time since inception, right? Now, there is this movement of we need something new and we are figuring out how this experience is going to impact our life, right? All of you, most of you I see that have a phone on your hands. Raise your hands, where's a phone right now on your lap? Raise hands, right? If you think after this conversation, right, once you scroll through Instagram, are you really absorbing content or are you just, scrolling through it, right? Web3 is going to open up something that is more immersive. If we double click on this word immersiveness, what it's going to do with the human being is that it's going to impact our senses. The way that we smell, the way that we touch, the way that we see, the way that we are going to experience things. In other words, what we are going to have the pleasure with in those immersiveness is to have most probably less content, not being with content overwhelmed, but very focused on the way that we digest and absorb content. Now, in order to get there, what we need are a couple of ingredients, and I'm starting responding directly to the questions, right? Some of those ingredients are the way that you transact within this content. DeFi comes into play. Like, how can you like travel with me just real quick in this story. Imagine that whatever you see around you, ladies and gentlemen, has a layer of augmentation. We're going to be able to augment whatever you see around us. We don't need to log in into your phone. We don't need to log in online. We're going to have augmentation on top of products, people, and places. And within this augmentation, augmented reality will become, in my point of view, the seamless integration with our real world. We will have the ability to have a supply and demand of those assets. Therefore, you need DeFi. Within this augmentation, within this digital world, you will be having retention and engagement mechanics. So things that make you come back, right? So points, tokens, right? So those are the gamified. So, I'm Italian, and you guys know Italian, we love to eat, right? Who has been in Italy? Italy, raise your hands. For us, it's all about, I see some, NFTs, less hands than in Italy. So we love to eat. They say, well, why are you talking about Italy? Because I like to compare actually Web3 with you sitting on a table. What I mean with that is, let me give you this anecdote, right? Sitting on a table, the table is made out of a material in Web3, which is blockchain. So the blockchain is the infrastructure. The table is made out of blockchain, not out of wood. On the table, you have what? You have your dishes, you have your glasses, you have your forks, right? These are all protocols, like the DeFi, the gamify. Again, they are what? On the table, meaning on the blockchain infrastructure. Now the plates itself, these are decentralized application, meaning immersive experiences. I give you a couple of names: Spatial.io, Decentraland, the Sandbox, Upland, and a series of others that are, again, where on the table, meaning on blockchain, and they interact with each other, meaning you have the possibility to actually take from Charles and say, I like your spaghetti, may I have some of your spaghetti? We do family style. So meaning you can do the transaction between those plates because there is a bridge that allows you to do that, right? Anyhow, I'm sorry, when you give an Italian a mic, it goes loud, please.
I love Italian food too. I do think that Chinese like to eat a lot also. So we have a lot of problems. Actually, I think Tom also mentioned this, like he has been studying this for a very long time as well. I mostly think it's worse. And I have to be very honest that in my mind, right, a lot of this is different versions of how we can do finance better. Right, that's a broader thing that blockchain has been enabling. That's why the word you're probably hearing about is finance 2.0, right? Essentially, it's how people are not satisfied with the finance world today. and how we can innovate it. And finance, today's the current financing system has been around for very long, right? Hundreds of years. There's a lot of infrastructure level things that we can redo to enable a lot more use cases. I think that's what's behind the scenes. I tend to just comment more from a technical perspective, given that our panel is very strong on the use case side. So if you want to learn more, I strongly suggest you to, again, go back to the fundamentals around what are this new infrastructure, right? What are the new things that can empower, not just how we can replace today's use cases. I think a lot of the things that we're talking about right now is new use cases, right? Like something that never happened before. I think that's the aspect that I'm most excited about.
Yeah, and I think like, so think about when Bitcoin was first introduced, right? It was for payment. It's about finance, right? It's about like, it's going to provide a new innovational way to make the payments or value transaction, right? And the DeFi, why there's DeFi? DeFi is like, we want to have a new way of finance, right? So basically we can cut the middleman's fee, right? We can improve the efficiency of the financial system, right? And then we introduced GameFi, SocialFi, right? How can this happen? I think there's a important factor is we can now own our data, right? Once you can own your data, everything you generate or you experienced within the internet or within metaverse going to be a new class of asset, right? Then you can have tons of different new class of assets, and then you can plug in DeFi to make all the digital assets you generated or you collected within the system of GameFi or SocialFi to flow, right? You can now utilize the whole system to make everything work together smoothly, right? I think this is a reason why these three vertical branches were going to like work together in the future as a horizontal, right? I think this is the future actually, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Charles. So when we talk about, we have QA session after the main panel. So when we talk about metaverse, it feels a little bit abstract, far away in the digital world. So what opportunities do you believe metaverse can provide to key business and industries, or is branding the bridge between those two worlds?
I love this question because ultimately we want to reflect upon what is the benefit for consumers and businesses, right? The metaverse itself empowers a new way, a new dimension of consumer engagement, defined as how the end user interacts with a brand, okay? So as of today, year 2020, what we are seeing, again, I mentioned a couple of those, right? So the Sandbox, Central Ads, Station, Crypto Voxels, right? What we are seeing as of today, these are early adopters infrastructure. So these are environments, these are certain specific business cases that are mostly about gaming, okay? And the gaming infrastructure that you have here and the uses that you have here is to have some specific end users, gamers and crypto aficionados, right? Join this environment. I call it the infrastructure phase. I like to break down the metaverse maturity in three phases. In the infrastructure ways, you're testing and validate a potential business case and potential gamifications. The second phase will be about the economy. The economy is where brands start being part of those environments, right? I don't know if you read this week, for instance, Walmart joined Roblox, right? At the beginning of the year, we had the Metaverse Fashion Show, which was a 4-week a four days event in Decentraland, where you had a series of luxury brands, such as, but not limited to, Gucci, Tommy Hilfiger, Estee Lauder, right? But also new brands, digital brands, right, within there. And what is it that those brands were doing? They were basically creating, on one hand, experiences, meaning you had fashion life stages and walks. You had wearables, digital wearables, right? People could have digital assets that they were good swapping, hats and shirts and shoes, all these as a unique digital assets, and as my colleagues are saying, right? At the center of all this, you had a new form of socializing. People were engaging, were socializing, they were making new friends in this life environment, right? Now, the future of the metaverse, if I reverse engineer the future of the metaverse, right? Going into mass adoption, is going when we have a seamless interconnection of the physical world with the digital world. So imagine, I see all these bottles here. Imagine that every bottle that you have, you could interact on a digital level with any product that is analog. Okay, so in the business case behind it is what? We will be having a digital supply and demand, which in my books are defined as a GMP, gross metaverse product, not gross domestic product, gross metaverse product. That will be surpassing any digital economy, simply because we will have an ID, a digital identity in the metaverse that will allow us to spend more time and more dollars in those digital worlds, right? And the reason also why this economy will be bigger, I don't know, who of you has kids? Raise your hands, kids. I love always interaction. Wow, only one dad. Two, there you go. I have a 20 years old and a 16 years old. I can't believe it myself. Watch out, they're driving, by the way, on the street. So, yeah. So anyhow, the reason I'm mentioning that is because the kids nowadays, right? Or, the younger generation nowadays, right? All of them, they have an account in those digital worlds very early on, which with the traditional banks, you cannot have, right? Nowadays, if you are 8, 9, you can buy already your NFT. So the amount of value creation, the actual financial value creation, will increase tremendously for those digital assets, and therefore the economy of transacting those unique digital assets will increase a lot.
Yeah, I also think about metaverse is about an immersive experience, right? In this case, it actually provides the brands with brand new ways of marketing, users or customer engagement, right? Sales, and many other ways to have a brand new ways to improve the way how the brands can interact with their consumers, users, and also there will be a brand new market for virtual art, right? Think about like NFT market, right? So many of the fine artists are now generated only online, only on blockchain, right? So this will be a new market for many of the sectors of the business, right? And also it actually can help the brands and also its business to grow within their system. It can provide better ways for people to work with each other. Actually, there's a new way of living and working, right? So for example, think about the training for like medical, right? You can now use a VR system to do surgical training, or like many other dangerous practice. You can do safe way of trainings, right? And I think all these potentials will generate new business, generate new opportunities for the participants in this industry, and also bring some new trends for the current industry. I think everything is going to be blooming together. Yeah, I think that's a amazing parts about metaverse, about Web3, and about new technologies.
I like the way that Tommaso just mentioned in the earlier question that metaverse is an extension of your real life. I think that angle is very, very important. And I think the background behind it is increasingly our life is being digitized, like it or not. For the past 30, 40 years, I would say. And then as it's not probably like, from that perspective, metaverse is not even an extension of our real life. We are going through a migration into a digital life, increasingly more and more. And with this broader background, I think what we have been seeing is whatever that makes more sense to do in a digital world, we will migrate those use cases. I think starting from payments, right? That's why DeFi has been increasingly becoming more popular, but just basic things like you have to take out cash from ATM just probably like 20, 30 years ago, right? If you go anywhere. Now digital payments is everywhere. I don't even bring my wallet anymore. As long as I have a phone, like I can go anywhere. I think this is the broader trend that will continue. Essentially, and I don't know, I hope it's not 100% because it will be really scary, but then it will increase until we reach that, I don't know what that cap is, that our life will be fully digitized. And that's why I think metaverse in my mind is all the part of our life is digitized, right? How do you organize the time that you spend for that part of your life that is increasingly become a bigger part of your life. And this is not just for a particular person, this is for generations as well. I think as Tommaso just mentioned, when if I remember correctly, when I grew up, I spent very little time even on screen, right? Watching TV is like a luxury back then, for half an hour, 1 hour. But then today, kids spend their time on iPad, probably like more than 60% of their day, right? And they're not really playing games per se. They study on it, they write on it, they listen to music, they talk to their friends on their iPad. So I think this trend will never stop, and you will just see more and more, right? So metaverse in a broader concept way is like how we organize our digital life. I think that's probably I've been thinking for a very long time, and there's a lot of possibilities, if you think from that angle.
We know the concept of Web 3.0 has started to gain more relevance in October 2008 as part of proposal for Bitcoin. And since then, the technology has gained community support and various applications among innovators and the early adopters, but it's still a niche thing for mass public. So my next question would be, what do you think will be the next trend that can accelerate the Web 3.0 technology to mass adoption? And is mainstream usage the preferred direction for Web 3.0?
That's a phenomenal question, right? Because at the end of the day, innovation starts always in cycle, right? You have this early adoption phase, which we are in right now, and the early adopters of this environment are primarily gamers and crypto aficionados as it stands today. And the reason for that is because they have this higher affinity to this digital environment. Affinity as, the love, they are used to play, so they are attracted by those gamification and retention mechanics that they built, right? And then the crypto aficionados, because they would like to transact and own and swap those digital assets, right? So there is a financial aspect to it, right? But what are the bottlenecks? Because mass adoptions means we need to solve the bottlenecks, right? And there are 2 to 3 bottlenecks in my opinion. One is obviously the entire usability experience, right? For those who join those worlds, right? And as soon as you hit the level of a transaction, you need to go through KYC, know your customer, right? You need to build your wallet, right? So and then the mass right? Are they really used to do that, right? So we need to improve the usability experience, right? On one hand. On the other hand, what we also need to think upon and reflect upon is, okay, wait a second. Do I need to be in front of a mobile phone or online to log into something that is a digital environment? Like, is this what it is? Is this, like, I keep on asking myself, as long as we are looking as the metaverse as a game that I need to single sign on, right? We're looking at a Web3 opportunity, Web2 glasses, right? We're not really maximizing the opportunity itself. So I believe that the access point, this is, I'm very strong in that. The access point over the next 5 to 8 years will be primarily here, around you, in your real life. You don't play in the metaverse, you live in the metaverse. Meaning this is the metaverse, but today, as of today, we don't have the access point itself. I believe a lot that with lenses in our mobile phones, we will get into a digital layer, an augmented layer, an augmented reality layer that will make it seamless for us to access people, product, and places around us and use that as the access point to the world of the metaverse, of the decentralized application. So on one hand, there's the usability experience. On the other hand, there's the access point. And then the third part that I really believe a lot is about actually the supply and demand of non-fungible tokens. Specifically, what I mean with that is, in this early adoption phase, the NFTs of this world, they're primarily built to collect, and then obviously with the intention to sell. So the actual asset has a mean to an end, right? So you're buying something because you financially would like, but is this what the economy is going to look like? And again, my belief set is that the actual unique digital asset will have to be not a mean to an end, but just a bridge, just a tool to unlock further business opportunities. I believe a lot that the non-fungible token are still so at the beginning of what they really will empower us. As soon as they will empower us to unlock business opportunities, become an app within the actual non-fungible token, this is when really people start getting attracted and not just for being a collection, for being art.
Yeah, in my opinion, like if Web3 is going to provide a better value or better product for the consumers, the users, there will be the future of the massive adoption of Web3. And this is the only way. So think about like current stage. So many people come to the Web3 or like they invest in Web3 only for financial return, right? They probably want to like, okay, let's bet on this coin, this token, or this NFT and flip it and get some money and get out, right? Many people are doing this for now, but I don't think this is the real value or the whole value of Web3. This is only early stage, right? But for the future, I think Web3 will contribute a lot to the industries. So let me talk about music industry, for example. So currently for the musicians, usually they can only take 15% of the revenues they generate. So for consumers, for every $1 the consumer pay for the music they enjoy, only around 15 cents will reach to the pocket of the musician. This is ridiculous, right? Around 85% of the revenues actually only enjoyed by the middlemen, by the music labels, by Spotify, Apple Music, or other like platforms, right? Or by lawyers, by attorneys, by the collection agencies. Why should this happen? This is totally unfair, right? But if we can utilize blockchain, you can utilize token economy, we can utilize NFT or many other ways, new technologies, new business models, then we can make a change, all right? You can also think about the musicians nowadays, they have to wait up to 2 or 3 years to receive the royalties. But with blockchain technology, probably they can receive the royalties the second the music was played, right? This is going to change a lot. Another thing, I'm not sure if you guys know that every year, actually there were like 20 to 50% of the royalties are wasted or misdistributed to the wrong right owners or just used by the admins of the collecting agencies. The transactional cost is really, really high in this like long history industry. If we can make it more efficient, everyone will be better off, right? Musicians, they can earn more money and the users can enjoy better music or enjoy the music at a lower cost, right? Everyone will have a better life. And also for the users, you can think about the users. So nowadays, if you want to enjoy some music, you probably just make subscriptions, right? You can make like 10 or like $15 per month to have a music as a Apple Music or Spotify membership or like YouTube Music membership, right? And that's it. You are the payer. That's it. End of the story. However, actually for the early stage supporters of the musicians, we made a lot of contributions. I'm not sure if you know that many musicians actually make very small money out of their career at the early stage, right? So the early stage supporters or the early stage fans are quite important for these musicians to survive, to continue their career and to pursue their dreams and to become a rising star. But nowadays, there's no way for the early supporters to get any benefit out of this early stage support, right? And also think about, for example, Voice of America, American Idols, or like Voice of China or something, TV shows. We, as fans, we make a lot of votes for the stars we like, right? But after the competition, after the roadshow, after the TV show, there's nothing for the users, for the audience to gain financially. You can now have a new star to follow, to support, but nothing else, right? However, it is the audience who picked up the rising star. We contribute our time, our taste, right? This is contribution to the industry. There should be some way for the users, for the audience to get payback, right? And also, for example, like there are many platforms allow users to share the music, right? You can think about like, for example, QQ Music, right? You use WeChat, you can post the music you like in the WeChat or Twitter, right? Or like many other platforms. You share your music taste. You promoted the music you like. However, you get nothing. But actually, the music or the music labels or the platforms, they actually utilized your personal network, right? This is human capital. This is a network. You made your contribution to this industry, but you have nothing. If we can utilize Web3, if we can utilize blockchain, we can utilize token economy, there's a way for the users to get contribution and to get compensation based on their contribution, right? And then there will be a brand new game. There will be a brand new way of life. There will be a brand new industry. I think that's the beauty of Web3. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go probably very quickly, given I think we're running out of time here. I think, you know, if I have to maybe talk about a few things I know, a few things I don't know. The things I don't know is what's going to be the use case, right? That's going to gather us massive adoption for Web3. And by the way, that's a $1 trillion, multi-trillion-dollar question, at least. right? Because when that reach mass adoption, there will be the next Facebook, next Microsoft, next Apple, right? So that's what I don't know. What I do know is, or I'm very, very confident about is, it will reach that point, right? There will be use cases that will reach the mass adoption. This will be a multi-trillion, potentially even bigger industry. But I can think about the criteria, like I think Charles and Tommaso talk about a lot of the benefits of Web3. And I think we all know that. But to get to mass adoption, you have to make it super, super simple, super, super easy. That's the criteria in my mind. And I haven't seen a application that give me that confidence yet, but a lot of people are trying. So if I use the analogy with internet, it'll be almost like when you have internet on your phone. That's where the mass adoption started to happen because it's so simple. You have a phone, in fact, you are using internet. You can know nothing about internet, but you still benefit from it. I think the mass adoption will happen when everyone can enjoy the benefits of blockchain without knowing anything about it. And that's probably where like it will start to happen in an accelerated way. That's my answer.
Thank you. And we're open to Q&A.
Just gonna pass the microphone to them.
Can we pass the microphone?
Sure.
Well, my understanding is nobody knows what metaverse will be because it's not done yet, right? But two questions. One is about walled gardens. People that I read about metaverse see this as a kind of internet type accessible everywhere to everyone. But I remember AOL in CompuServe that were really providers and we were not part of them. Say. So how do you see this evolution from that aspect? That's right. Meta, Facebook seems to be going in this direction of all kinds of measures. The second one is more psychological, perhaps. We have already an overload of information. And everybody tells me the metaverse will increase the amount of information, data, and so on that will be available. I watched a dystopian movie called Animal. I don't know if anybody has seen it, but the premise is, among others, is that there's some kind of chip in your brain, whatever, and when I look, Thomas, I will have a little description of who you are, what you're doing, and everything about it. I found watching this movie was disturbing. I couldn't focus on the plot because there was something about this car, there was something about this dog, there was something about the commercial, or something like this. Is that the problem?
It's a word. Start first.
Thanks, Thomas. Well, I guess there's two questions. Maybe I leave the first one to Thomas if you don't mind, because it's about metaverse, like you're the experts there. For the second one, I think you touched upon a very important topic that I think need to be addressed for Web3, and a lot of people are working on it, which is the privacy and the security related concerns. When we decentralize a lot of things, you have more control, technically speaking, but then you're also on yourself, right? To make things secure, to make things safe as well. So there's a lot of efforts actually today to make a decentralized world safer with more security. Right? Again, if you follow news recently, I think every few days, every few weeks, you'll see a big hack happening in the crypto world. And usually it's in the range of hundreds of millions to potentially even more than that. So there's a lot of things to be done there. But I do think that given the technology itself, right, is built with privacy concern in mind. That's the beauty of it. So today, the biggest problem with privacy in my mind for Web2 is you don't control your own privacy. You basically leave that to the hands of the companies who have your data. And that's why, like, you are subject to a lot of these hacks. You have no idea. Suddenly, my information is leaked because some company got hacked. But at least in blockchain, you know you are hacked, then you lost your information. Right? So then I think we start with a good ground, but then that also means we need a lot more technology to help us to get there, right? Which I personally know a lot of startups working on it. There's a few of them that are very promising, and I look forward to seeing more. But I think that I would love you guys to start to pay attention to this aspect of the blockchain, right? One, it becomes secure, safe, that you can just use with ease. That's something happening also. There's a lot of people making efforts there.
Yeah, I also leave the first question to Thomas. That's regarding the second question. Actually, I think there is also a very important rule. A very important role we have to think about is for government, right? And also for the civil society. So business will always try to generate profit out of their business, right? There's nothing wrong about it, but you can also think about who's going to protect the consumers, right? So blockchain provides a way or a solution based on technology, right? We can use like zero knowledge or many other ways to protect our privacy or to reduce the risks regarding the data or the information. But another important factor is actually the government, the law enforcement, or the lawmakers, policymakers. We have to think about a new regulations or policies to help the users to protect their privacies, their personal data, and how can we refuse to get the access of a massive information all around us, right? If new technologies provide benefits for us, but we still get a way to say no to that, right? There should be some way for us to get like protected by the government. I think the government, I think the good governance regarding the new technology, or especially for metaverse, should be you have to get balance the interest of the users, the investors, and the business, right? And also you have to think about all this, like how can we provide the efficiency or like efficient business and business grow. At the same time, you have provide a fair market, right? And also how can we protect the individuals within this industry if we don't have that much of like a leverage of like AI or big data or many other like capital, something like that, right? How can we get protected? I think this is an issue that we have to think about before the massive adoption of Web3 and also metaverse.
So thank you for the questions. I think that these are super relevant. So the first one, by the way, I always like to joke when somebody asks me two questions. My brain is not on a blockchain, so I might forget the one or the other. So the first one is about walled garden. Maybe here real quick, what is a walled garden? Walled garden is an environment that allows the user to just have the digital asset within this environment, right? Are we aligned kind of the specifications here, right? So, and this has been a topic for this world of environment that is fundamental, right? A small anecdote, but by now you guys know that I love to make things very tangible, not about food, but about railways. In the 1700, 1800, in the United States, when the railways started being implemented around the United States, right? So every state has its own size of railways. So the train actually was not possible for a train, right, a wagon, to go from, let's say, Florida to California, right? And the reason why is because there was no common size, right? That's where we stand as of today, right? As of today, you have different protocols and different environments that allow us not to seamlessly move from decentralized application or metaverse to metaverse, right? So the big picture here is that in the future, us, the end user, because as the colleagues are saying, we own the data, right? We own our preferences, we own the interactions, we own our friends, we own our digital assets, the tokens. We will be carrying in the metaverse, in this digital Web3, a backpack. And in this backpack, we have this data in there. And then ideally, we will be able to move seamlessly from environment to environment. Now, in order to get there, there needs to be some form of governance and some form of collaborations. There are some DAOs out there that are aiming to achieve that. As of today, what we are aware of what's out there, right, are wrapping methods, or meaning also called bridges. Obviously, everything has a pros and a con, the con of the bridge is that it's mostly has been a place for being attacked, right? But it's a fundamental challenge that needs to be solved. How can the end user move from one metaverse to metaverse, right? There needs to be governance, collaborations in there, right? And the second one was about, I like the way that you pictured it, sir, with you know, you could not concentrate, you said, right? So you were watching a movie, right? And this is just my belief set, right? I think that today we are overwhelmed with content. We are confronted with content, but we are not really absorbing the content, right? Because of its two-dimensionality, because the way that the user experience, right? I mean, take your phone, right? You're just scrolling, but are you really processing what you're seeing on your screen? Right? I believe if we do this correctly, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we are going to have less content, but the more specified content, more immersive content that allows our attention span to be dedicated to specific things. And the reason for that is because what is missing today is the layer of immersiveness. Right? And I don't say 3D immersiveness on a screen, right? I believe, again, by now you might have sensed, or you might have noticed my strong belief. I believe a lot that the access point to this digital world will become seamless integration through augmented reality. Will there be VR? Will there be web? Will there be mobile? Yes, but the truly benefit of us, the consumer, the end user, will be as soon as we have augmentation on top of every place and every location and every person, right? And then we are not going to be able just to swipe through this augmentation, because there is no usability experience to swipe through it. Once you decide to be immersed in this augmentation with your digital ID, with your avatar, you at least have senses that are impacted by this moment. Senses in terms of the way that you feel the moment, the way that you perceive psychologically the moment, the way that your body maybe is connected because there are a lot of suits coming out, right? Maybe even senses and smells. Let's take one example here. I believe that one of the biggest industry actually that is going to benefit fundamentally is going to be the educational industry, or here at Berkeley, right? Because the educational system is broken, not just here, but around the world, right? It's boring, it's still about books, it's just videos, right? But imagine a world in which we are diving into the content, extrapolating benefits, rewarding benefits. Imagine every engagement that you have with this content is going to hand out the rewards, right? Is going to impact all your senses. So that's what I believe. So it's not being to be more overwhelming, but less content, more interactive, more benefit, more rewarding.
Thank you. Let's take another Q&A question.
Yeah.
Thank you. Very fascinating conversation. Really appreciate it. As you're talking about it, thinking about metaverse, the movie that reminds me of, following the previous question, is Inception. So why do we have to be awake to be in the metaverse? Right? We can be in the metaverse because we're dreaming. That could be a huge extra block of time. But one of the things that I'm thinking about is that in terms of human nature, right? There are many things that has changed and many things that has not changed. Everything's like tens of thousands of years ago, sitting in the caves, hearing the stories, seeing photos. Today we have like the 4D, 5D IMAX experience, doing the same thing. And some of us may have a more advanced setups at home, in our home with 5G, moving surround the home theater. But a lot of these technologies are essentially versions of better mousetraps. And I was wondering if this is a good time to think about the social, political, and cultural implications of many of these kind of technologies. And more specifically, I was wondering if there are, as we are evolving by and metaverse type of technologies, how do we intend to avoid many of the common human common traps of human nature?
Okay, maybe I'll go first. Yeah, I'll go first. Yeah, just as I mentioned, I think there's many players in this industry, right? Once the technology is big enough, there should be many other stakeholders coming together to decide where should we go, how can we regulate this industry or this technology, right? It's not just about the innovators, the developers. It's also about the users, right? Even some maybe they're not using the technologies. However, their lives are affected by the technologies, right? I think there's always some old saying is nothing about us without us, right? If we are affected by the technology, there should be a way for the people who are affected to speak, right? To talk about it and to vote for the future of the technologies, right? So no matter political side or cultural side or whatever, there should be a way for people to sit together to talk about how what we want, right? As a society, what we want, right? Business is just one sector of this whole world. We have civil society, we have government, right? We have many other factors. So there should be some way. And also there's many ways to regulate it, right? So for one part is like maybe the developers, for example, for DAOs, right? We have a bunch of new DAOs like emerging these days. Probably the issues will be solved by the DAOs, by the players, or by the developers themselves, right? Maybe there will be a way for the consumers to talk with the business, to the enterprise, say, hey, I don't want this product. You better provide the better solutions. And I will vote with my own money, right? This is another way. And also there were a bunch of civil societies, organizations. You can multiply. You can use the like social movements or many other ways to say, hey, I'm going to promote this new idea about technologies, or I need this future of my society, not that way, right? And also you can vote within the political system, right? You can go to Congress, or you can ask for the law reform regarding this new trending technologies, right? I think there are many ways to solve the problems. Yeah, I hope I answered the question.
You want to go? Or?
Yeah.
Actually, I know Jiko really well, so I'll talk with him offline.
Metaverse, if you take a look from a perspective of technology, right, is just a tool that empowers the humankind to do something. The beauty of and the beauty and difference compared to whatever we had in Web 2 is that there is no metaverse without community. And community is us. We in Web 2 were not allowed to have a voice. We in Web 2 were not allowed to own. We in Web 2, if we reflect about that, we were not even allowed to have our own time because we rented time to others and contributed towards a third party to grow in their value. It's the first time that we actually can democratize time. We will be able to own and decide whatever we want because we as a community will be guiding, voting, and influencing where this is going, because we are the owner of every data, bits and bytes that is out there, right? So I think that it is becoming a new era of DAOs, a new era of how we vote and how we contribute, right? And a new era really of freedom. And with that, we decide where we put our mouth / our time to, right?
Let's take another Q&A.
Hi, my name is Nick. My question is, how do people in earlier stages of their careers get involved? So, a lot of things are just want to know the right and start early. Not to lunch and save $5 and invest in an employee. How do we get involved?
Do all that. Well, I think by the way, from a technology perspective, right? I don't know if your background is technical or not, but if you're like a technical major, the best thing for Web3 is all open source, right? Like every blockchain is out there on GitHub in a way. So go read it. If you want, like even contribute to the project itself. There's a huge community for Ethereum that if you have a new proposal, just submit a PR. They may merge it, right? You're a part of the community already. And Twitter essentially is an open developer community out there, right? So started to get involved for some of this, started to participate, contribute as much as you can. You'll find that the community is just out there. It's a very, very open community. And I think if you feel like you're not part of it, probably you haven't trying to get to that. They're very open-minded as well.
Yeah, my suggestion is like get a wallet first, right? Probably you can just try the experience, right? Try the user experience, try the apps, and read the news, right? Follow the different Twitters or like news, like also webs, right? Just follow the news to see what's going on here, right? And attend the parties, conferences to get the information, to get to know the people, right? To build your personal network and maybe try to find someone to work together on a project, right? Or join some project or company to try to build something, right? And no matter what background you have, I think there are tons of opportunities out there, right? If you are a developer, you can do the coding, but you can also be a product manager. You can also do the UI, UX design. You can also be an attorney, maybe, right? Maybe you can do the marketing, sales, business development. I think there's a lot of roles for people to participate and make their contributions. And I think this is the best way for you to learn this industry, to join this industry.
Yeah, I love what you're saying about the roles, right? In the metaverse and in my book, I describe 5 roles within the ecosystem of the digital world called the metaverse. There is the user, then there is the co-creators, there are the developers, there is the retail investor, us, right? And then there are the businesses that lend their IP. So you have a series of ways on how you could participate. User is just you to dive into the experience, right? Co-creator, in my point of view, is going to be the biggest one, right? There are a bunch of tools out there, so-called no-coding tools. You don't need to be a developer, right, to contribute towards those digital worlds, right? So my two kids, they are using those no-coding tools and contributing towards those 2 worlds, right? But at the center of all this, I think it's education. Be part of communities. I mean, communities are very open. They embrace, every single member that joins, right? The most frequent tool that is used for those communities, Discord and Twitter, right? But yeah, that's what I've been experiencing. They're very welcoming. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, and I know UC Berkeley has a few open source courses, and there's a popular MOOC called DeFi Learning, and there's also MOOC about Web3 entrepreneurship. It's all for free, so you can totally attend those classes and attend this call to discuss with other learners and try to understand the topic. So yeah, sorry, we're running out of time. So there's a podcast, Sustainable Non-Fungible Talk, is introduced by DISO, a nonprofit blockchain organization. And every week we interview with Web3 entrepreneurs, fund managers, and key opinion leaders to talking about trending topics in Web3. Please feel free to scan the QR code and listen to our podcast. And Anna Tommaso also have an announcement about your book giveaway.
Yeah, so I've been asked over the last years to share what I've been learning in this world of Web3 and metaverse. And what I like to add is not that I know, but what I know I share. And there is a book out there that I brought three copies. If you scan this, I'm going to sign, there's going to be a giveaway. I think you can scan this at 11:30 or noon in 30 minutes. Okay, it's 11:30 already. In 30 minutes, you will be receiving an email for those who scan this, right? And by the way, what you see here, Alma Mater, I've been asked to take what I do at UC Berkeley, beyond UC Berkeley. That's a 7-hour course of Web3 and metaverse topics on what you do. It's really fundamental for business. You're going to get a certificate and a POP. Why are people laughing? Am I doing something wrong here? No. So yeah, feel free to sign up. By the way, there is going to be a giveaway also in the same email for this course too. So 3 books and 3 courses, and I'll be staying around up until noon, and I'll be signing somewhere, maybe outside the books.
Yeah, thank you. So we're running out of time. Yeah, let's wrap up the panel. Thank you, everyone.
Take a picture, yes.
你先开始。
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Hope everyone had a great lunch and made some new friends, possibly. So before we start our afternoon session, we first want to thank our event sponsors again. China Mobile International, Alpha XRE Capital, Silicon Valley Bank, and Home Cook for supporting the summit. We have already seen several great talks and ideas in the morning, and the afternoon will only be more exciting. In the afternoon, we will have our second panel on entrepreneurship, where we will discuss how to transition from 0 to 1 in the startup world. Then we will have our third keynote speaker, Nobel laureate Professor William E. Moriner from Stanford University, to present his latest research on chemistry. Finally, we will have a panel discussion on ESG-related topics to discuss climate change and corporate responsibilities. The afternoon discussion will be more inspiring with intelligent minds sharing different perspectives, and we hope you all enjoy.
But before we begin, let me first introduce our sincere partner and sponsor, China Mobile International, to come on stage and share about their company. China Mobile established China Mobile International, CMI, in December 2010, headquartered in Hong Kong, China. CMI has expanded its footprint in 36 countries and regions. Leveraging the strong support by China Mobile, CMI is a trusted partner that provides comprehensive international telecom services and solutions to international enterprises, carriers, and mobile users. It has been a great time collaborating with our platinum partner, China Mobile, to host this event, and we sincerely thank their support. Now, let's welcome Kevin from China Mobile. Kevin, the stage is yours.
All right, thank you everyone for being here, and we are very proud at Mobile International to be sponsoring the Berkeley China Summit, and to kickstart this second half of Berkeley China Summit. So before we start, let me just kind of introduce what China Mobile International is, and really thank you for the kind introduction for who we are. And for those who don't know, China Mobile International, we are what we call ourselves CMI. We are a top-tier telecom infrastructure service provider in the Asia Pacific area. So we are a subsidiary of China Mobile Communication Group. And, what we do is we provide one-stop shop IT solutions for Fortune 1000 companies in their IT solutions in China market entry as well as China localization. And what we do is we help them to optimize the enterprise level IT performances. So CMI, we have more than 70 submarine cables, as well as more than 180 points of presence around the globe. And we also have 5 self-built data centers around the globe, and including one just finished here in California, actually in San Jose. That's our Americas region's headquarters. In addition to that, our product mix includes cloud connection services, the cross-border connection circuit, as well as the optic equipment management, what we call IoT service. One thing we were really right is that our ability to provide flexible and multi-scenario IT solutions to our customers to accommodate to their increasingly different and complex IT. And I think one thing that we all can agree, from this forum and what we see in the US and China today, the China market has become more special and particularly more complex. And one of our main value proposition is that our product are 100% regulatory compliance in both markets, and we will be able to help our customers and clients and partners to navigate through all the regulatory hurdles and laws and regulations in China in order to make you guys successful. So that what we do in a nutshell. And in addition to that, we are here also today to promote our 2023 graduation program. For those students in Berkeley, if you are interested in being part of CMI, you're more than welcome to visit our booth right there. after this forum or in the middle of the forum. So the global graduate training program is a 12-month program designed to help our newcomers to get acquainted with what we do, we learn, and we also have a chance to go back to our home headquarters for 3 months rotation to have a better understanding of us, and through the rotation, you would have a more thorough experiences working with our headquarters colleagues and on the industry leaders and so with that, thank you very much for being here, and we're more than proud to be the official sponsor for the Berkeley China Summit. And enjoy the second part of the day. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you, Kevin, for presenting China Mobile International. As a sponsor, your contribution is vital to continue our important work.
So now we will begin our second panel on entrepreneurship. Have you ever wondered how many steps to take to start a company? Or how to find an idea, how to find a competent team to execute it? And finally, how does starting a business different in the current down cycle of the economy? If you have these questions, our panelists today will answer some of them. Unfortunately, one of our panelists, Yunsen Dai, who is current partner of Gen Fund and previously founder of Jime Yoping, is not able to be here in person with us today, but he did provide us with a video, which we'll show at the beginning of the panel. And the moderator for this panel is also someone with very great insights of the field. He is the CFA and Managing Director of SBB Financial Group's Asia Link practice, who has had the privilege of personally serving over 1,000 innovative startups in both China and the US. He has also shared his insights generously on the key ingredients of successful startups, as well as common mistakes of failed ones. Please welcome our moderator for this panel, Lee Song, and all our panelists to the stage.
Thank you, Berkeley China Summit, also the China Mobile. In case you need to visit their mall, don't go over for this session, go in after this session. Right? A few months ago, when I was running in my neighborhood, I bumped into my neighbor Connor, who owns a chain of drive-through coffee shops in the Bay Area. So I asked him, I said, how are things, Connor? He said, well, I have good news and bad news. The good news is that after so many years of working hard for the coffee shop, I finally was able to take a month break to spend more time with my wife and 2 teenage daughters. And then the bad news is that I'm doing so because the specially branded and custom-made coffee shops that I ordered from China are all stuck at a port in Shanghai. So we Americans couldn't do anything nowadays without China. And hello everyone, my name is Lee Song. I'm a managing director at Silicon Valley Bank's Asia Link practice. Silicon Valley Bank, or SVB, as you know, is the go-to bank for innovation companies and also VC investors around the world. The Asia Link practice is serving as a bridge for innovation companies to go to Asia from the US and then vice versa. I'm so thrilled that you guys can be here in person and also online for this conference. And thank you so much. In today's session, we probably have an hour or so. And for the first half an hour, 35 minutes, it's a moderated session with the 4 panelists. And they're going to share their stories, observations, or even challenges of starting their own business we're investing in other business. And then we have probably 25 minutes or so Q&A session with the audience, and then we'll close it out. So don't leave before the session is closed, because toward the end, I'll share the second part of the story of my neighbor Connor, and there's a life lesson learned from him spending more time with his family. So stick around. And let me introduce the panelists. This gentleman to my immediate left is Xudong Liu. He's a venture partner at Hill Venture. He's a proud Berkeley grad. And then we have Wei. Wei is the co-founder of Gift Wrap AI. He's a proud Berkeley grad as well. Louder claps if you do. Thank you. And Jennifer is a founder and CEO of Lectio, the company she founded a few years ago. And then we have Yu Guangyuan. He's a serial entrepreneur, a long-time corporate executive, and then now is founding his own company. So let's give them another round of applause, please. Well, let's start the conversation with Wei first. It's a hot grad here. Yeah. So Wei, 2 years ago when you and I spoke, you were at a pretty comfortable position, right? At a relatively established tech company. And then now you're running your own company. Tell me, or tell us, why and when you committed to the entrepreneurship?
That's a great question. So I'm an addict. I'm addicted to a feeling. And I got that feeling about 7 years ago. I remember that exact moment. It was 2015 in a very dark, cold winter night in Ann Arbor, Michigan. It was super windy outside. Someone just gave my store's waiting staff a $200 tip. Came up to me and said, Wei, thank you. You have changed my life. Now, what happened was this guy actually had just proposed to his girlfriend, now wife, successfully singing in my karaoke bar. So actually, I built a karaoke bar during college because back then I had no idea what I wanted to do. I just knew I wanted to do. So I went ahead and built it, spent a couple of years just polishing, grinding, and improving that user experience to the point that it became good enough for people to not only want to spend their Saturdays and Friday nights, but also celebrate their big moment with us. Matter of fact, actually 3 couples got engaged at a karaoke bar, and all 3 of them are still happily married. So 100% success rate. And that feeling when someone came up to you to say thanks and acknowledge the effort that you put in something that you have built, that feeling is fantastic. It's very addictive. It made me realize I really want to spend time to build things that brings just a little bit of pleasure, a little bit of lightness into people's life, and that feels good. So yeah, that's me.
That's amazing. I personally have a long list of things that I'm addicted to, and this is on the top of the list, what he described over here. And certainly Wei, someone doesn't need to be introduced, and because it's a hot grad. Let me ask Yu Guang to introduce himself briefly and then share with us why, after 8 years of working at a large global conglomerate, the Eaton Corporation, you jumped into the entrepreneurship. You turned from 0 to 1.
Yeah, my name is Yu Guang. Let me introduce myself. And actually, I worked for 16 years, 6 years already. There are 2 parts. The first part is my first 8 years working in global corporation called Eaton Corporation. And as functionally, professional business managers like a supply chain manager, marketing manager, product marketing, which is really popular in the school right now. And actually after that, I got bored about my job. And then I have been like always curious about what's happening about, entrepreneurship. So, but actually I tagged a wrong message to my lifetime friend. And my friend texted me back, responded about my idea of co-founding a company. And I saw that as an opportunity for me to go for entrepreneurship. And after that, I don't know, I never knew that it's like a very challenging, so I didn't study a lot. So I was hesitated to do so. And finally, my mom, actually I talked with my mom, my family. My mom told me, if you don't do that, it will be too late. So finally I got support from my family. And finally, I just entered to this such challenging and amazing trip.
Last time I tested to the wrong person, the result was quite different, so I have to say. And Jennifer, you had been a researcher for a long period of time, right? And then now you only run your own company. So briefly introduce yourself and then how you got into this field. What are the top 1 or 2 reasons made you get into this field?
No, absolutely. So, first and foremost, so I started my career, so I'm Jennifer. So, as you can know from my accent in French, I started my career as a particle physicist. So, that was my lifelong dream ever since I was a child. I knew I was going to be somebody who's going to study physics, how the universe was created. And then when I graduated with my PhD, basically the previous crisis of 2008, 2009 started, right? I mean, and so I pursued for a little bit longer with a postdoc. I quickly realized, if I'm going to do research, I'm going to have to find somebody to fund that research, right? And like many other researchers, I went through cycles of funding, and basically I realized look, there's really nothing there to empower me to do my research, and I'm stuck, right? I mean, so like many other people at that same time, I jumped into the industry, and then I started growing my career as a data scientist. So, and so quickly enough, I came to be in charge of large teams with all the people with sort of the same motivation of doing research, even though it wasn't necessarily the same type of data, right? And as I became a manager, I started getting the same vibe that everybody's passionate by the same things as me, as doing research and understanding their data and basically understanding problems or discovering things. And fundamentally, they had the same problem I used to have, where we did not have the funding, because when you do machine learning, you need big data. Big data is expensive. So basically, you're essentially coming across challenges where you need more storage, you need more compute, you need more data annotation power. So basically, long story short, for those who aren't too familiar with the space, if you do machine learning, you cannot just inject your data as is into your model, and basically that preparation process is typically very expensive. So I decided to try to tackle that problem first by joining another company that was supposed to do easy data labeling, data preparation, or whatnot. And so I saw it was not going to work. Basically, there were the company was still fairly early stage, but there were already too many building processes, and kind of fell stuck again, right? I mean, so I got tired, and I was just I mean, look, looks like the world really needs a solution for this, and I know what to do. I just didn't really want to, right? I mean, so I'm kind of people call me the accidental entrepreneur, because that was not my ambition at first, but I got so frustrated, and I felt I had a role to play to basically jump into my own venture and basically try to unblock all the people, not just people on my team, not just myself, but basically the entire industry. So that's how the company was born.
That's a great comment over there. You mentioned that to run a business, you need resources, you need data, you need a lot of things. One of the key things you need is money. Fortunately, we have a Mr. Money back here, Xu Donglu, and he's a founder of a tech firm. At the same time, he's also a partner at Hill Venture. So Xu, briefly introduce yourself and then tell us what are the similarities and differences between an investor and a founder?
Yeah, thank you so much, Lee. And let me first say that it's great to be back. It's great to come back to Berkeley. Go Bears. Go Bears. And when I step on the land of Berkeley, the smell in the air remind me of the old days, if you know what I mean. And yeah, exactly. My journey started at Berkeley when I was a PhD student, physicist as well. And if there are any PhD students here, raise your hand. Okay, no. Okay, that's good. I was so focused on science, and I had to work 24/7, and I was struggling to get the results of my experiment. And don't get me wrong, I love science. I'm still doing research, but being in the Bay Area, surrounded by all these legendary stories and atmosphere of entrepreneurship and investment, I started to think and realize that to bring the real impact to the real world, beyond doing science, I guess there are more things you need to do. You need to really make your scientific achievement. You need to really make this to work. And in order to get this to work, you need to like either through entrepreneurship or through investment. So that's why I started. That's the time when I started to do my first startup, and then I got into the field. So right now I'm a partner of Taihu. So we're venture capital that invest in early stage deep tech startups. We have a great collaboration with many different wonderful labs, distinguished professors at Berkeley, Stanford, MIT, Harvard, Caltech as well. And we love science. We love investing in scientific projects. So yeah, coming back to the question, what's the difference between and the similarities, I guess, as well, between being an investor and being an entrepreneur? I guess I will start with difference. So maybe one thing I wanted to point out is that being an entrepreneur, you have to be optimistic. You have to be optimistic. And while as an investor, you have to see the risk. You have to be rational, or you have to be looking at the downside. Well, I guess both investors and entrepreneurs, they need to see both sides. But for an entrepreneur, I guess mostly you will go through believes in you, and you have to see the upside yourself, and even magnify through your own lens. And you have to have strong belief, and you have to be 100% optimistic about your belief, your goal, your mission, and things you want to achieve. So that's a quality that a successful entrepreneur has to have. And but for investors, I think it's you manage so many portfolios. You invest into many companies. You need to see the risk. You have to see the big picture, and you have to always keep in mind that there is potential downside and there is potential risk. Yes, in terms of similarities, I would say that I would just maybe say one case or one sentence actually. So doing venture capital is actually doing a startup, or it's doing its own startup itself. So we have to raise money from our LP. We have to tell them, we have to make a presentation to them about our investment thesis. We have to give them money back. We have to manage our return. We have to invest in the right startups. So we have to do things right. So we need to build everything from scratch. So that's like doing a startup itself. So you also need to have kind of spirit of entrepreneurship. Say that from Peter Thiel, co-founder of PayPal, etc. So they say that we are the founders behind the founders. So basically, investors are entrepreneurs as well.
That's a great point. As SED, certainly, this is the innovation sector is our market. And in the US, for every 100 VC, 66 of them are SVB clients. And for every 100 innovation companies founded or funded by the VC, more than 50 of them are SVB clients. I personally observe similar things as Shino. And if you're a founder and you go to the VC, here's a trick. If you're looking for money, don't start with money. Ask for advice. But if you're looking for advice from the VC, start asking for money and it'll work for you. So trust me. So now go back to the 0 to 1 situation. Maybe go back to Wei. And I'm curious, how did you settle down on gift wrap AI and why this sector, why this idea?
Yeah, I'd say that exactly like you mentioned, like everyone mentioned, entrepreneurship or investment is all about being personal. It's not about the product you build. It's not really about the market. It's actually about you. It's about your audience, your consumers, your investors, every single soul that's involved in this transaction. And that is especially true. By the way, I just switched over to Silicon Valley Bank. So, and the reason being that I met George, who's also who's a I'm gonna say startup program manager. He gave me this whole pitch about Silicon Valley Bank, not only just being a banking system, but also being a community of founders, of investors that brings people together. That is so much more appealing than Brex, for example. Sorry, Brex. Yeah. So coming back to why I started Gift Wrap is also about building that connectedness, giving people the tool to do such a thing. So I'm gonna say hi to my friend Kayla and Dave here because I love these guys. We haven't seen each other for a couple of years. That makes me a really terrible friend, but for good reason, right? Because they're traveling around the world doing important things, and I want to stay in touch with them, but it's hard, especially today when everyone is hiding behind the screen. We might as well all be robots. So how do we solve that? Now picture this, right? Today is your birthday. You've been looking at the screen for the entire day. You're exhausted. Your eyes are about to go blind. All of a sudden, you check your phone, you look at your Facebook wall, you got 50 notifications of people saying, "Happy birthday! Hope today has been a great one for you." How does that make you feel? Then imagine this. All of a sudden, your phone buzzed. Then you get a notification that says, "Happy birthday. Here's a little surprise for you. I hope you take care of yourself from your good friend at SVB Lee." You open it up and you see an eye massager in it. Just the thing that you need. How does that make you feel? And how does that make you feel about your friend Lee? That is what we want to accomplish here, is to give people that platform, that tool, to make it as easy as possible for you to get personal no matter where and when and who that person is on the other side.
Well, thank you, Wei. After this session, I'll go to my giftwrap.ai account and send you a gift for giving SVB a plug. Thank you. Yeah. No, what you said is absolutely correct because when you are starting a company, you're a lot of times, especially for many of us who are in this audience, you're really starting from scratch. And one of the things you need the most is money, and second is knowledge. That knowledge you can gain by going through trial and error yourself, or you can gain from other people who've done that. And if you go with the right experienced service provider, the law firm, the accounting firm, the bankers, and that'll give you a lot of inside knowledge or know-how. Knowledge is power, right? We all know that. In the business world, knowledge is also profit. So just FYI on that. Let's go to Jennifer. Jennifer, so when we start a company, at least from my observation, looking at my thousands of clients, something gets easier as time goes by, and some other things gets harder. So what gets harder and what gets easier in your case?
Now, obviously, there are lots of things that are difficult when you're a founder, right? And some people would say like entrepreneurship is basically almost about your ability to avoid the darts that are thrown at you by the market, by other people, by competitors, right? I mean, by any sort of problems you might come up with, right? So what I found is like you have darts from the beginning, right? And so, but in the beginning, it feels like something that later on comes across as being much smaller, much less important, right? I mean, like it sounds very big and difficult to go around, right? I mean, so sorry, like I'm kind of getting out of like the touchy-feely kind of situation, but like entrepreneurship is hard, and you have like people out there that are like I'm not necessarily gonna say out to get you, but like like it's like there are like challenges, right? And so as you go forward, it feels like now I can handle this a lot better, right? I mean, somebody's like, like there's a new competitor coming up. I've got this. I know how to handle this, right? The problem though, so basically that gets easier, right? I mean, basically you don't stay with that. What am I gonna do about this problem? It feels like, like you can put that behind yourself, focus on something else, and like kind of like manage the load of like small problems a lot better. But then like little by little, those darts become like more frequent and larger, right? I mean, so basically as you get better at avoiding them, it's getting harder to avoid them as well, right? I mean, so, and so one of the things like personally, I found like a kind of like a growing challenge is when you're a small company, like it's maybe harder to get support, but it's also like you don't attract attention as much, right? I mean, so basically you don't necessarily have like lots of like people trying to take advantage of you, or like this sort of like so completely random example, but that has happened to me a lot, where in the beginning I was kind of like struggling to find people to support and to advise, right? And then over time now, I feel like there are lots of things I've learned and I don't necessarily need as much advice as I used to, or at least not from the same people. And now those people are coming back, like asking for like hey, you should give me like like large amounts of ownership in the company for like a couple of hours, or like advice per week or whatnot. And it's like it's like like you have to manage like I would say bigger problems at a higher frequency. So like like all proportional. So to some extent it's good, right? And so it's like yeah. So that's
really funny. When we were heading backstage, you mentioned that you need a lot of skills to run and make a company successful. So I totally agree with what you assessed over there. So a question to you, Guang, and in your opinion, from the large companies, smaller startups, what are the top 2 or 3 skills a founder needs in order to succeed?
Yeah. So I think one of the important things you need to know is about your learning capabilities. Like we said, we are not robots, but I made robots at a time. So everything is about a new thing that I never knew. And the second thing is actually, it is a long trip of knowing yourself, of knowing your motivation. So what is a true motivation that support you and support the rest of your life? So you need to know it, right? So out of that, you need to cooperate with a person for a very long time. So you need someone who don't have the same skills as you, who you know and who you trust. So this is kind of advice from me to you.
No, I agree with you on that. And from a banker's perspective, we found that in a startup company or successful startup company, you not only will spend a lot of time, years of time with your team, co-founders, at the same time, your early stage investors will be with you for a long time. Think about it. And your early stage investors here in the US, on average, will spend more time or will stay in your company longer than an average American stay in his or her marriage. So that's what we're talking about here. It's important that we have the right investor, right co-founders, etc. So let's ask the investor on the panel. We talk about the important skills from a founder's perspective. From an investor's, Xudong, what are the top 2 or 3 things you're looking for when you look at a founder?
Well, first of all, I think the most important thing for a successful founder or entrepreneur is that you have to be always self-motivated. So during or throughout the entire process of doing a startup company and bring it to large-scale growth stage and then bring it even to public or get acquired by others. So there are so many things you have to go through as all the great founders that described, and there are so many challenges, and there are times nobody believes in you, and there are times that there's downtime, maybe like there's only like you and a couple other co-founders there, and it's very difficult time, and like very difficult thing can happen. There's not even one successful company that didn't go through this very tough time. So you know that like people say only 1% of startup company like goes to the final stage. So like the rest of 99% just like they face so many challenges, they had to stop, like not as they wish, but they had to. So during this difficult time, I think the only thing that keeps you going is your internal motivation. That's something that you have to have. You have to have a very strong heart. You have to have a very strong belief, and you have to just keep going. So that's the thing that I think like as an investor, I think we value most. Even if you go wrong, even if you had make mistakes, like if you have the courage, if you have the capability of staying there and have your courage to pivot, we believe that you will finally succeed. So maybe like for as far as 3 things, I guess I think I will just summarize it as right person doing right thing at the right time. So you may think you have all the good qualities. You have a very good learning capability, and you love to talk to people. You love to talk to investors, and you are very passionate about your things you want to do. But it's also about the things. If it's the right thing. For instance, if you have a new technology and you think it's a great technology, but there is no market, or you cannot find the right market, you just want to do something like in your mind that you think is good, that is something that won't work. But when you find the right product market fit, it's something that you're gonna succeed at the end. So also you have to do things at the right time. For instance, if you're in 1990s, you want to start an artificial intelligence company, of course you can do it, but maybe 99% of chance you'll fail. But at this time during this is the great time of doing AI. And if you start doing AI right now, for instance, as Transformer and GPT-3 just started, for instance, you want to do natural language processing kind of project, it's the right time. And that's a time when your project, your startup is gonna take off.
That's a good point. From an investing perspective, I mean, just exactly as what you said, being early is the same as being wrong. And we're probably 30 minutes into the session, and in probably 5-8 minutes, we're going to open the floor for the audience to ask questions. So right now, you guys are doing great. I wanted to ask you to start to think about the question you have in mind. Ask the tough questions. Let's challenge the panelists, make them uncomfortable here. The rule at the Berkeley China Summit is that what's said here stays here. So be bold, be candid. All right. So go back to Wei, and we're here at Berkeley. You went to Haas, I mean, one of the top business school in the whole world. What classes or projects or what courses you like the most at the school?
it's a, sorry, it's a 1 credit Sunday class that I would have spent my entire tuition on it. It's really that good. Do you guys notice how Lee focuses on the audience when he says anything? There's a class called Audience-Focused Communication, taught by a Berkeley House professor named Adam Leipzig, who's also a movie executive down in LA. Now, Adam has this weird hobby of only watch movie trailers. He doesn't watch movie, he only watch movie trailers. Reason being, movie trailer is the ultimate form of pitching. Now think about that. In 30 seconds or less, you have to grab people's attention, you have to get people excited about the thing to want to spend money on it. Now that is especially true for entrepreneurship, especially in the earliest stage, when as founders, all we do is create that little movie trailer versions of your vision to sell to your investors, your customers, your employees. And that skill set has never really been natural to me. Coming from a Chinese upbringing, used to be an engineer, then became a PM. All I knew was banzhuan, right? Moving the bricks, right? Focusing on the tiniest things. I never really understood how to talk to the audience, right? To get you open up and look at me, right? So that class gave me that skill set to focus on what interests you, what you would like to hear. And then that makes our communication, even though I'm talking, you're doing the listening, you're actually doing the mental communication back to me. And that is powerful. So this 1 credit class, take it if you're a part of HAS, if not, audit it. You can't go wrong with it. If you're 买不了吃亏，买不了上当, please take it.
I mean, did you just make it up? You have classes on Sunday here at Berkeley?
Yeah, I have class tomorrow.
Really? No wonder this is the top public school in the whole US or around the world. So kudos to you guys. Yeah. Let's open the floor to the audience. We have mic runners over there. If you have a question, raise your hand. We got a question over there, that gentleman in the suit. What?
Oh, you sent the video. Have we played it? Or not?
Would it be possible to first play the video?
The video? Oh, go ahead. Yeah, let's watch it.
Okay, yes. Yeah, so hello everyone, I'm Sundaisi.
In person today, but it is still my great pleasure to attend virtually and share some thoughts. So before joining the fund, I dropped out of the neighborhood Stanford University into online and co-founded Jume, which is an NYC listed company. As an entrepreneur, I understand how much it takes to start a startup. And at the Zhen Fund, we are dedicated to helping young entrepreneurs to build successful companies by providing them with capital and the best resources we have available. And the Zhen Fund is the largest, and we usually consider to be the best seed fund in China. Actually, our CEO Anna has just ranked #1 globally on the Midas seed investor list. We always believe that the best founders have the greatest visions for the future, and we wanted to be the earliest investor and partners. Zhen Fund now has a network of over 1,000 portfolio companies globally, including over 30 unicorns based in China, US, South Asia, and more. And we also invested in many great entrepreneurs from Berkeley, such as founders of Revive, Luchen Tech, Kuta Bio, and Ubras. So in the past decade, a number of transformative technologies have emerged from scientific researches, and we believe they will profoundly change our understandings and the uses of fundamental elements, such as information, technology, mobility, money, life, etc. And these technologies are now reaching the inflection point of technology and the economic viability. They're actually crossing the chasm between the early markets and the mainstream market. So it is early, but not too early. And as a result, we believe that we are at the beginnings of several new technology super cycles. And now is about a good time for entrepreneurs to jump in and for us as investors to jump in. We are looking for the smartest founders with disruptive technology innovations. And in the future, we're very excited to work with more students, professors, entrepreneurs, and professionals at Berkeley. And in the spirit of partnership, please accept my best wishes for a very successful summit today. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Yusen. Let's open up the floor for questions in the audience. So we have a question over there with that gentleman in the suit. There's a mic over there.
I just wonder what kind of like philosopher theory or what's the way you can observe and read a leader with the potential to lead the team to strive. And I think a very successful entrepreneur doing very well with the venture capital is the founder of the SoftBank. It's called Sun Zhengyi, right? That's something what I try to learn about. And another thing, and I also try to see how the theory from George Soros is called reflective. It's 反身性理论 reflectivity may help with the venture capital to see through the all this kind of illusion, but to see the essence, and that would help for us to see the process of the how is the trend or what's going to happen in future, and the demand of the market. Because in this in the past, maybe it's more like a monopoly with traditional industry, but in this year, it's an explosion, like everything, the innovation growth exponentially, and there's are always new opportunities. Because of the high inflation, people, investors try to find new some potential emerging industry to have like a very pretty high return rates. So I need advice with that, like about the philosophy, how to adopting the investment philosophy, and see the trend, you see the emerging things. Thank you.
No, that's good. Xudong, maybe that's the trend investing, something you can take on?
Yeah, I guess maybe I will answer the question in two parts. First, about the industry trend itself, and second, about looking at a specific person or specific startup. So first, about the trend. So if we want to look at a trend, maybe it's better to look through the history. So let's go back to the year of, say, 2000, when like this internet and semiconductor just started. So the semiconductor has gone through a lot of iterations. 2000 is the point where people can start build applications and build like useful things based on your, for instance, say personal computers, and then of course you have a mobile phones. That's another wave. So so this entire thing from semiconductor chips to personal computer, internet, mobile phone, and a different kind of model of business, for instance, online to offline, and the SaaS software service. All this went through a kind of like a, I guess, stage by stage. So first is a fundamental technology breakthrough, and then it start to kind of penetrate through application and start to apply into different fields in the world, in people's everyday life. And then it gets to like a business model, and gets to kind of a service type of innovation for people to do startup with. So this is kind of like a general trend. But if we look at internet, if we look at TMT investment, is still at a very high peak, but we think it's about to saturate, or it's going to saturate soon. So what is the next technology? Is going to be like a platform that people can build things on it. Well, there are so many things of them. For instance, artificial intelligence, for instance, gene editing, for instance, synthetic biology, for instance, quantum computing. There's so many things. It's not going to be like semiconductors at the time. There's going to be multiple points and multiple things going to explode. So this is the right time. This is a very exciting time to jump into like any kind of field you're interested and to start your own thing and to kind of ride the wave. So what I'm saying is right now it's the time of new technology, new fundamental breakthrough, and we're looking at the next generation of platform type of technologies. So I guess, for instance, I guess the second thing is how to look at the startup, or how to look at a project itself. I think as a physicist, maybe my personal perspective, or for me, I would like to think through or via a principle called first principle kind of rule. So basically meaning that, like people look at a startup company all different sorts of ways, but I would like to think without any assumption and start from scratch and to analyze it through and to see if the business model and to see if the idea and to see if the impact it want to bring into society would make sense. So I guess that's a way of, I guess, thinking from the, I guess, physics background.
Yeah. I want to add some comments on that very briefly. So I can extend. Yeah. So I think the first thing is actually the LP of venture capital drives through the whole market. So which means like if you look at the trend in the public market, then probably most likely will become a trend for venture capital. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is I see so many entrepreneurs are talking about how I fundraise, how I get money from VCs. But I think most importantly, the key thing is what's your vision about your startup? You don't work for VC, right? You work for yourself. You work for your own visions. Yeah. So based on that, like how like closely or how much you believe your idea will become true. So this is what I want to share.
Great point. Yeah. Nowadays, we all work for each other, basically. So question over there, that gentleman.
Thank you. I have two questions. So first question is for Yuval. Heard that you're a serial entrepreneur. Have you ever thought about, like giving up at any given time?
Can you repeat that again?
So about giving up during your entrepreneurial.
Yeah, so thank you, Leafman. Actually, I was wondering why you asked me that earlier when you came with me, like down here. So actually, as for entrepreneurship, I think one of the reasons I keep on that is actually I found my motivation. I spent like 8 years in this, and I think which is like the same I share with you. It is a journey of finding yourself, finding your love, finding your motivation. If you're truly working motivated by something, and then you go through it. So yeah.
Second question for Shiva. I knew you were like a venture capital partner. You've been, seeing all those different ideas and entrepreneurs. Have you ever thought about something that yourself?
Well, I am an entrepreneur myself. Actually, very gladly, we're also working with SVB, working with Lee, my startup. So yes, I am an entrepreneur.
Thank you. I'll send you a gift through giftwrap.ai as well. We got a question from our China Mobile sponsor here.
Right. Thank you very much for all the panelists. I think my question will be more on the the extra comment or adding on to Yuval. Actually, we also mentioned or also refer to the relationship between investors and entrepreneurs as phenomenon to emerge. But oftentimes the most ideal situation is we have a aligned goal, we have a aligned vision, and we work towards that together. But oftentimes what we see right now is probably they are in divergence at some stages of point. Where the investor, what they're thinking about probably is how to find the best way or best security exit, while the investor, the entrepreneur has their own ideas of their own direction to the firm, and there will be a conflict right there. So I think this is a question for both investors and entrepreneurs. So the investor, how do you make sure that the entrepreneur's vision are well protected even with your capital injection? And to the entrepreneur is that how do you think you are able to carry through your entrepreneurship idea, apart from the influence of the venture capital? So yeah.
That's excellent. For the investor, I invite Xudong to answer. If you can do it in 30 seconds, that would be great for the audience. And from the entrepreneur answer, I'll ask Jennifer to answer that also 30 seconds. Go ahead, Xudong.
So I guess the short version to that question is that the philosophy of our fund is that we provide help when they need, but we don't make decisions for them. So I guess although we want to return, we want to exit, we want to get money back, but we trust our founders and our entrepreneurs themselves. We trust their judgment, we trust their decision because they're the experts, they are the people running the business. So I guess to me, there are so many types of different styles of investor, but I believe the real good style is that you should not disturb the real operation decision-making process of a company and only provide service and help and be with them.
Yeah. So for me quickly, so that's actually a very relevant question because I literally started my company because I was kind of frustrated of existing processes and layers of control, not having necessarily the same vision as the C-suite. So look, this is not necessarily an answer people in venture capital want to hear, but my strategy was to take capital at the slowest pace possible. So basically I had many opportunities to take a lot of money, take a Series A, Series B or whatnot. And so I decided to take basically what I needed to build in the near future, essentially to keep control over the vision. So it's yep, I mean.
Goal priority clash between the entrepreneur and the investor. That's what we're here to see. You paid for this ticket, you got your money worth already. So congratulations. If you didn't pay, you got even more value out of this. So congrats to you guys. We're almost toward the end of the session. I have one quick question to all 4 panelists. I want you to answer that in 1 or 2 sentences so quickly. And the question is, since we're talking about Berkeley China Summit, is related to China and US. And Jennifer, Jennifer, do you think China's GDP will surpass US at some day? If so, when? Quickly.
Look, look, generally speaking, I think, look, I'm not sure. So basically, I'm probably the person who has the more, maybe, unbiased view.
So you want to answer the question?
So the question, I was just I noticed from my own customers that basically there is and people didn't see that coming, but we're going pretty quickly to the Chinese market for AI, right? I mean, so I believe China is gonna get a lot of things done from a technology perspective. So
you don't have to speak into the speaker here.
Me anyway.
Okay, so we want to win.
Yeah. So I think I'm so fortunate. I feel so fortunate that I'm in this fast trending world. And I hope you feel the same because either yes or no, we're still in it. take it, find your motivation, and do something.
All right, that's good. And Wei, what do you think?
Tough question, honestly. Honestly, I wish that we stop ranking countries through just a pure metric or economic output standard. Countries should be ranked just like that how we rank universities, by comparing not only just the GDP, but also things like your global impact, your sustainability, your civil benefits, all of those measurements all together, which in a few years, we will look at China and the US the same way that we look at Berkeley and Stanford or MIT with Harvard, a friendly rivalry that propels both parties together.
That's an answer hard to go.
All right, I guess everybody actually avoided the question. Okay. I mean, regardless of whose GDP is larger, who has a larger portion of economics, I think the key is to collaborate, to work together. As Lee just said, the coffee shop owner has to have their coffees, and people from the coffee shop need to buy coffees, right?
We invited 4 entrepreneurs, and in the past hour, they all turned into politicians. Give them a round of applause. Okay. As Xudong mentioned about my neighbor coffee shop owner, so before I end, I want to say, audience, you guys are doing awesome. Really appreciate your time here. That was so fantastic, all of you. A few weeks ago, I ran into my neighbor Connor again. I asked him, and so he told me that his coffee cups are all arrived from China, his coffee shops are open, everything's good. So I asked him, how's your experience of spending more time with the family? And his smile disappeared. And then he thought about it, he got closer to me in a very firm voice. He said, Lee, take my advice. Before you want to spend more time with your family, check with your family first. So with that bad jokes, this is the end of the session. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to the panel. Nice.
I think Berkeley is definitely a special place where even entrepreneurs come here, they become politically correct. But yeah, thank you all for your great comments. It was great hearing our panelists discussing their thoughts and perspectives on how to start a company from 0 to 1. So before we go into our next keynote speech, we will first announce the results for our afternoon second lottery round of the day. So we want to again express our deep appreciation to China Southern Airlines for sponsoring this lottery. Yeah. If you have bought tickets through Eventbrite, you'll be eligible to receive one of the lotteries. So the first prize is a global gold card for China Southern Airlines, which will be granted to a total of 2 winners. The second prize is a global super card, which will be granted to a total of 2 winners. Our winners have already been chosen randomly from our tech department, and I will announce the award winners. So the first audience that won the global gold card is Jing. The second audience that won the global gold card is Wen Qi. And the third audience is Crystal that won the global super card is Crystal So. And the last winner for the global super gold card is Zhang Jingwei. So sorry if I mispronounced your name, but congratulations on those who received the prize. All organizing members will contact you later through email. You sign up on Eventbrite to get out the prize, and please look out for that over the weekend. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Before we introduce our next keynote speaker, we have a small request for our audience. Based on our speaker's request, we would like you all for now until the end of the presentation to wear a mask. And if you can, our volunteers, we start passing out masks now if you don't have one, but we hope you guys can accommodate for that small request, and we thank you guys in advance for that. So for our next speaker, he is currently the Harry S. Launcher Professor at the Department of Chemistry at Stanford. And he received his PhD in physics at Cornell University and has conducted years of research in physical chemistry, biophysics, and the optical properties of single molecules. And he's actively involved in development of 2D and 3D super solution imaging for cell biology. His scientific contributions were recognized with the 2014 Nobel Prize in Chemistry for the development of super resolved fluorescence microscopy. He will be presenting today with the latest research findings in chemistry and his growth as a researcher. Please welcome Professor William E. Warner.
Also for the audience, if everyone to sit closer to the middle, that would be great. Like for the audience sitting on the side, if you could like move to the middle, so then you can better see the screen and listen to our speaker. Thank you.
So it's 10 minutes early. Are you willing to start 5 minutes early?
Yeah, that's fine. That's on you.
Depends on you. You guys, you're in charge. Okay, well, first of all, I want to say thank you very much for that kind introduction. And I want to thank Roger and the other organizers for inviting me to come over and speak a little bit about, in fact, it's single molecules, but it's also my life in science, how I got started in science, how this turned into a search for single molecules, how that turned into ways to look at the nanoscale inside cells, and even to look at a coronavirus inside cells. So there's a lot to cover there. Well, so let's go ahead and get started, and I appreciate your attention. So first of all, my early days as a scientist, I was, like many of you, I had parents who really cared about me, cared about my work, that is, cared about my education. And so there was a tremendous support structure from the family to study science, partly because this was the time of Sputnik in the United States. So in junior high school, for example, here's my early science fair project on viscosity and motor oils. So, you know, I know many people, many young children and so on go to science fairs and have a lot of fun with those things. But I was interested in taking things apart, disassembly of old TV sets, burned my leg with some solder, built a high voltage power supply and so on, chemistry experiments in the backyard, lots of wonderful experiences with science at an early age. So I'm telling you this because I'm just showing you that my background may be similar to many of yours. In high school, I got involved with the radio club as the ham radio operator. So that means that there's transmitters and receivers and so on to send radio waves long distances around the world, building projects and that sort of thing. You might notice that everything early on was electronics, not so much chemistry, but still chemistry became important later. But band, playing in the band, many clubs, etc. Off to college as a Langsdorff Engineering Fellow at Washington University in St. Louis. And this particular turn in my life, I started as an electrical engineer. But I got turned on by physics and math as well as electrical engineering. So I got 3 degrees from WashU in that time because I loved all of them. I loved all of the science. And then to graduate school, it turned out to be in physics at Cornell University, but it was really chemical physics because my research was on molecules with laser light. So you see there is an evolution more and more towards chemistry as time goes on, molecules and solids, lasers, and so on. So that got me set up to being able to get a job at IBM Research in San Jose, California, which is not far from here. And the early steps towards single molecule spectroscopy worked out in sort of a fascinating way. You're going to have to hang on here while I describe something kind of interesting that's a connection between science and commercial applications. At IBM Research in the 1980s, there was a major interest in storing digital data in the optical properties of molecules. That is, to use the color of the laser to make different bits at different colors, even in the same region of the sample. This required a low temperature sample. It required high resolution spectroscopy, but the idea was to have thousands of bits in one location by a technique called spectral hole burning. So frequency domain optical storage. And so that was a potential application that needed development, but it also needed science. And so that was one of the important early steps. This major industrial research lab not only wanted to think about that application, but also the science behind it. That is, what are the ultimate limits? What is the signal to noise limit, and so on. So I took advantage of that because there were important questions to be asked, to ask questions about how far this idea could be pushed. If you're going to store digital data, you have to have high signal to noise ratio. So this interest in signal to noise ratio led us to sort of a central question, which is the gateway to single molecules. And you have to believe me, I'll explain it in a second. But the idea was, if we're going to think about storing data in, for example, this absorption profile of pentacene molecules in a transparent paraterphenyl crystal, this absorption profile is the place where the bits were going to be written at different wavelengths or at different colors of the laser, okay? So you got to imagine on a very, very fine frequency scale, we're going to write 101010 at different colors, okay, of the laser on the horizontal axis here. So imagine if you could spread this line out, spread this absorption out so that it's essentially horizontal on the scale the scale of the screen. And we were asking the question, is it smooth? Is this place where we're going to write our bits, is it smooth? Or is there something else there? And by doing an experiment with the lasers, we observed this amazing behavior. It's not at all smooth. In fact, it's incredibly rough. And this roughness we call statistical fine structure. It is a static effect. If we measure it once and measure it again, you see the same kind of structure for a given region of the sample. And it's like, if you like, a noise source, because if you want to write bits in this region of frequency space, you have to make sure your bits are bigger than this effect, than this statistical fine structure. The key to single molecules, so that's the story about the application. But how does this connect to single molecules? It turns out that the amplitude of this fine structure scales as the square root of the number of molecules in resonance. So I'll think about that for a minute. Those of you that have some statistics or think about molecules and so forth in solids, usually when you add 10 times more molecules, you get 10 times more signal. But this is a signal that only scales as the square root of the number of molecules. So it'd be only 3 times larger if I had 10 times as many molecules. So it is a weird and fascinating effect, but it pointed towards single molecules because we knew that no one had seen a single molecule. And now we knew that if we've seen this, then it's only the square root of n harder to get to the single molecule limit. In other words, if this is coming from 1,000 molecules at each wavelength, then we don't have to work 1,000 times harder to see a single molecule, only 30 times harder. So that's the key idea in that early day, because you first have to believe if you want to do something that hasn't been done before, is it possible? Can it be done? How hard is it going to be? You don't want to set up a problem that's infinitely difficult. You want to find problems that are reasonably soluble. So that's the key original idea. So in 1989, we used optical spectroscopy to detect a single molecule. A year later, we used, others also showed that you could detect the molecules by measuring the emitted light, the fluorescence light that could be coming from a sample. So let me jump now to the room temperature and explain how we detect single molecules at room temperatures. The idea really is we're going to pump a molecule from a ground state to an excited state, and then it may relax, and then it can emit fluorescence that's at longer wavelengths. So if it turns out to be green, whoops, did that disappear? Come back? It disappeared and comes back on my screen. What's wrong with it on your screen? I'm not sure. Let's see. So did this move? So maybe I move it again back to tilt it a little bit more toward you. This remote transmitter. Okay. Oops. Sorry about that. I have no idea what this HDMI. Well, what's this thing? All right. Yes. All right. Now we okay? All right. So thank you for the help. So now remember, we're using light. And so in these experiments, where we pump and then the molecules will emit. We pick these molecules because they're fluorescent. They're kind of like the day glow socks that people will wear and so on, that glow in the dark and that kind of thing. It's those kinds of molecules are the ones that can emit light when they're pumped. And so that's how you work, how you get started. Then if we are interested in some structure inside a cell, maybe we want to see this protein. Then this protein typically is labeled with a fluorescent dye attached directly to it. These fluorescent molecules are examples shown on the left, like rhodamine, cyanine dyes, even green fluorescent proteins. But the idea really is that you use a laser to shine it through the sample, and then the molecules will emit fluorescence. And so the crucial idea is to detect that fluorescence and only that fluorescence, not any background signals or anything else. So because you can do this, you can see single molecules. And now we're going to find out if this little video, that's the next thing I want to show, was the source of the problem. Good. So this is an example of what you see when you use those ideas to look at a cell, to look at molecules that are on the surface of the cell, that is in the membrane, transmembrane proteins. And at room temperature, you see this amazing dance of molecules on the surface. So we're doing nothing more than what I just showed you, shining light onto the cell, picking molecules that will give us strong fluorescence and working under the best conditions of signal to noise. And you see this amazing, not only just motion, but you see many more things in this little movie. You see them disappearing. Part of the time that's due to photobleaching. They'll disappear after giving you maybe 1 million photons. And you also see that they maybe come back on every once in a while. But the motion of these proteins on the cell surface is essential to life, to our bodies, to the motion of receptors and molecules that are moving around. And at room temperature, this diffusion process is very exciting and important. It has dependence on cholesterol and many, many other things. So there's a lot to be done if you can observe these single molecules. Well, now let's go to the next point, which is I would like to take a moment now to step back and try to answer maybe a question that you have. You might say, well, who cares about those single molecules? I mean, what's interesting about them and why are they important? So here's a baseball analogy to try to give you a feeling about that. In 2004, there was the World Series, and one of the teams was the Boston Red Sox. So my student at that time, Kelly Willits, who's now a professor at Temple University, made this little slide to show what we mean by an analogy. So imagine that you knew about the information for the batting averages. So that is, the Boston team had a team batting average of 0.282. All right, so that's fine. But the important thing to remember is that this kind of a measurement is an ensemble measurement, we call it. It's an average over all of the players on the team. Okay, but you know that we can also measure the batting average for each player on the team. So if you have information about the individuals here, the individual players, and I plot all of their batting averages, you see that, well, there is something called a distribution, the number of players that have different batting averages. And so now the average of this whole distribution might be that number 0.282. But notice there's a lot more information now that you've measured the individuals, okay? In fact, there's some players down here that have very, very low batting averages. So I ask you in the audience, what's going on here? Who are these players? What's this funny thing of these players that are way down here at very low batting averages? Who can tell me? Nobody knows? Okay, well then you're learning something, and if you learn nothing else, it's the pitchers. Okay, the pitchers know how to throw the ball really well, but they don't know how to hit as well. So here's an example of what we call heterogeneity. Okay, within some group, if you only measure their average, you don't learn about this kind of detail. So this is why, really why, we study single molecules, because we translate this idea from baseball to the nanoscale. We want to ask, is each molecule that we see behaving the same as the other molecules, or is it behaving differently for some interesting reason that we wouldn't have seen if we didn't do a single molecule measurement? So that's one of the key themes here I'd like to talk about. Well, but anyway, since we could detect single molecules, we went and studied, well, let's look at single molecules in a different place, in this kind of sample and that kind of sample. And let's look at room temperature at green fluorescent protein, which is an important label that's used in biology. This green fluorescent protein is shown here. It is something that you can tell the cell to make. And so on the left, we have some bacterial cells, and a specific protein inside these bacterial cells has been fused to enhanced yellow fluorescent protein. So this is a white light picture. You can see the bacteria on the left, but on the right is the fluorescence image from the same sample. And the real surprise that occurred then in 1997, when looking at single green fluorescent proteins, was this: blinking. These fluorescent proteins were turning on and off. They were flashing like fireflies in the night. And you could affect this with light. You could do interesting things to try to understand what was going on, but at the beginning it was a fascinating surprise. Nothing here is moving around. Let me emphasize that in contrast to that other movie I showed you where they were diffusing in the membrane, these are inside these cells. These molecules are inside the cells that you can see on the left, and the flashes are coming from inside the cells. So at that time, some scientists said, oh, well, these single molecules are not very interesting because they're not very stable. They're blinking all the time. But I'll show you now something you can do with that interesting scientific discovery. It was a surprise. And when you see some new kind of science, you may not know what new applications might come from that behavior that you might have seen. And so this leads me to talk about the problem called diffraction and the limited resolution of usual light microscopy. So here's another a picture of one of these bacterial cells, and it has these molecules inside it that have been labeled. And you're interested in what's the shape? What's the shape of those proteins? So let's get the best optical microscope that we can get. And what you see is this. You see this very fuzzy picture. And you don't see the detail of what's going on. And that's because of the diffraction limit. Even though the label in this case is a fluorescent protein, it's a few nanometers in size. In fact, a nanometer or a point-sized object looks to be a few hundred nanometers in size in an optical microscope, in a so-called diffraction limited microscope. Because of the diffraction limit that came from Ernst Abbe in 1873, it's roughly the wavelength divided by 2 times the numerical aperture, which is on the order of 1. So the best you can do with a conventional microscope to see fine structure is roughly a few hundred nanometers. So that's a problem. When we have molecules in the cells and in materials and polymers and so forth, which are nanometer scale and size. So the important thing that I'm going to describe next is this something called super resolution microscopy, because it takes this image, this fuzzy image, fundamentally fuzzy image, and turns it into this kind of an image, where there's far more detail, far more information about where the molecules are located inside this bacterial cell. So that's the super resolution microscopy advance, and let me explain a little bit about how it works. So the idea is you have, let's suppose you have a single molecule image, and it has this blob-like shape, looks like a blob, looks like a small ball. And I'm showing you here what it looks like in a three-dimensional reconstruction, because you have a camera, and then in the Z direction here, you can show how bright it is. So it's kind of like a little mountain. Since we know that from a mathematical analysis of the way the microscope works, the shape of this spot has information. The shape is usually a Gaussian-like function, so you can try to fit the data with a function, like a Gaussian function, and that fit includes a parameter, which is the location of the Gaussian. So the idea is that I can find the position of that molecule by doing this fitting procedure, and I will know then the position with precision down to even 20 nanometers or below, because the standard deviation of this measurement scales as 1 over the square root of the number of the number of photons detected. So the more photons you detect in this spot, the better you can define the position of the center. And so this is a way to take a single molecule and learn with nanoscopic detail where it is, so-called localization microscopy. All right, fine. So that's an idea that's been around in science for maybe 100 years or more. The trick is it only really works for a separated molecule, isolated by itself, far away from all the other molecules. And we want to see detail where molecules are close together. So the idea then is to utilize a molecule that can switch, that can have an on-off state. That it can have an off state where when you shine light on it, it doesn't give you any light back, and an on state where when you shine light on it, you do get light back. Okay, so having a blinking process or a photoactivation process, we call it, allows you to solve the problem and get precision and resolution down to small scales. So suppose you have a structure like this, and you've put fluorescent labels all over it, and you can see that if they're all emitting at the same time, you just see the blurry structure. So you can see the solution now. It's obvious. We want to use some technique that allows you to make sure that they're not all on at the same time. Only a few are on in one frame of a movie, let's say, due to blinking processes or due to photoactivation. And the idea called PALM from Betzig means photoactivated localization microscopy. STORM is a stochastic optical reconstruction microscopy. But in any case, just make sure that in any frame of the movie, the molecules are mostly off and only a few are on. Then you can take that frame of the movie and analyze it like I showed up here and figure out where the molecules are and write down their positions and then show them all at the same time in this reconstruction. So this is the way you go beyond the diffraction limit, okay? You use the molecules as little markers with nanometer precision as to where the proteins are, but you use an on-off switching process to make sure that they're not all on at the same time. And by sampling the structure, you get the underlying super resolution detail. So this idea, to illustrate it now really in a cell, not just on that diagram, here on the left is a cell where the tubulin molecules have been labeled with a fluorescent molecule that blinks on and off. And so this is one frame of a movie. You see that there are lots of little spots from the single molecules, which can be localized. And if you look very closely in the image on the right, you might see little tiny white spots, but I'm not sure they're visible. But anyway, that's all right. You believe me, I can put a lot of positions on the right. Next frame of the movie, they're blinking on and off. more spots, next frame, more spots. And if you think of the whole movie now, all of the spots shown at the same time provide this this spectacular detail, the so-called super resolved image, where much more can be observed, maybe 5 times beyond the diffraction limit, compared to the diffraction limited image, which is this fundamentally blurry one on the left, where you cannot see nearly as much detail. So that's what's exciting about super resolution. In the global sense, and many scientists all over the world have been using these ideas to apply the super resolution microscopy to many different problems. Okay, so now I'm going to give you a real biological example. And now you have to be ready to talk about the coronavirus. So the idea here is to illustrate to you in a real situation what super resolution microscopy can do. So this is a collaboration amongst people in my group, Shirei Wang, Anish Roy, Leonard Merkel, in collaboration with the lab of Lei Stanley Chi at Stanford and his researchers. Remember that the coronavirus, which you've heard a lot about, is very, very small. It's kind of like a parasite. It has a shell with these spike proteins on the surface that you've heard about. But the important part is that inside is the information that controls the virus behavior. It's on the order of about 100 nanometers in size, smaller than the diffraction limit, very tiny. And we're going to be interested in the genome of the virus. So we're going to call that genomic RNA. It's inside and it's been coated with a coding protein. So the idea then is to start thinking about how does this work? How does this virus work? And I'm going to just tell you a little bit about the initial steps of the virus attacking a mammalian cell, the host cell. You may have heard that a spike attaches to various receptors on the cell surface, eventually gets internalized, and then this genomic RNA is released. And that's the important starting point, because that's the real message, okay, that comes from the virus. It's a so-called positive sense RNA, which means it's ribosome ready, that it's ready to be copied into protein by the ribosome. So the host ribosome then says, okay, here's a piece of positive sense RNA. I need to make protein out of it. And so the proteins that are made from the genomic RNA of the virus, of course, are not too good, right? But here's roughly some of the key players. An important one is this complicated structure here that's made out of several of these proteins. And it's going to be involved now in doing the copying of the genomic RNA. So this RD-RP complex is the next key player. Okay, but you get an idea of what's going on at the start. Genomic RNA sets everything off because the host cell makes proteins from it. So that specific structure I just mentioned is called RNA-dependent RNA polymerase, that protein. And here's what it does. It's amazing, really. Remember, we had this piece of positive sense RNA. That's the original genomic RNA. And so what this enzyme does is to copy it. But when it copies, it makes a negative sense piece of RNA. But this enzyme can also work in the opposite direction and take a negative sense piece of RNA and make a positive sense RNA. So it goes back and forth, makes positive, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative. The positive ones are new pieces of genomic RNA that you want to put into new virus particles. The negative ones can hybridize, can bind to the positive ones. So that means that inside the cell, all these different pieces of RNA are being produced that can make more proteins and make new virions. Not only is there genomic RNA, so-called gRNA, but there's also double-stranded RNA. The plus and minus will hybridize because they fit together exactly. So the double-stranded RNA is another player that we care about. All right, so hopefully at this point you get an idea. There's genomic RNA and there's double-stranded RNA. Now, what else goes on inside the cell? Through a lot of studies by many different scientists, much has been learned about how these viruses work. Some of the new things that were learned come from electron microscopy. So if you take an electron microscope and look at these infected cells, you see all these round structures, which are called double membrane vesicles. That's, of course, the power of electron microscopy. These double membrane vesicles are scattered around and so on. But one of the things that you want to remember about electron microscopy, it shows a structure that's recognizable, that has some extended shape, but it doesn't tell you what's inside. It doesn't tell you what's inside this sphere. It doesn't tell you what all these other structures are around here. And there's proteins and so on everywhere. There's lots of things beyond just these rings or circles. Anyway, the other main thing that happens besides double membrane vesicles, you also see that the ER, or the endoplasmic reticulum, so that's the part of the cell that makes a ton of proteins, it's heavily modified by this process. So now I hope you understand that there's a whole life cycle of the virus. I'm not going to talk about the end stages. I'm just going to talk about these players that we just talked about, because I want to go beyond these cartoons that were deduced from biochemistry and electron microscopy and so forth. Where in the cell actually is the genomic RNA? Where is the double-stranded RNA? So to make this happen, and by the way, now I'm not sure exactly what the timing is. We use different fluorescence labels to light up those structures. And let me say quickly that this is a study of the so-called virus called 229E. This is not a study of SARS-CoV-2 yet, which is the really dangerous one that makes people sick. 229E just gives you a mild cold. But you need fluorescent labels. And so I'm going to skip the details of the fluorescent labels. There's labels for the genomic RNA. There's labels for the double-stranded RNA. There's labels for the endoplasmic reticulum. So that just means there's going to be fluorescent labels we can use on many of the players. Genomic RNA. So if you look at the cells now, first look in the lower right corner. This is a diffraction limited image. So in the diffraction limited image, you see two nuclei, and you see some blobs and so on when you try to look at the genomic RNA, but you don't see very much detail. Super resolution here is over on the left. And you see there's very, very fine, interesting detail. Let's look in some of those blowups. The red one looks like this. The blue one looks like this. The yellow one looks like that. There's an amazing array of structures inside the cell with very, very fine detail of the genomic RNA. These fantastic clusters that are extended and so on. And if you look at those clusters, along with the endoplasmic reticulum, it looks like they're heavily involved with the endoplasmic reticulum and have kind of a similar shape with the endoplasmic reticulum. I also mentioned that there's double-stranded RNA, which is now shown in this picture, not in magenta, but shown in, the double-stranded RNA is shown in magenta, and now the rest of the ER is in green. In contrast to the genomic RNA, the double-stranded RNA looks like these little circles, looks like little spheres, which could be those double membrane vesicles. So we see these interesting puncta, there's a distribution, there's a lot of information that shows up very, very quickly. It's just amazing what you can start to do when you can look inside the cell and see these structures with very high resolution. So I'm going to skip one little part here and go sort of to the last slide of science. Looking together at the genomic RNA in magenta and the double-stranded RNA in green, we see that they're spatially separated and anti-correlated, it turns out. In fact, they look like galaxies. Really? Don't they? If you step back and you say, wow, those look like galaxies. But this is on just the scale of less than a micron inside our cells when coronavirus is attacking our cells. This is what the viral RNA is doing. And it's an amazing and fascinating and complicated problem that we are beginning to understand by using some of this super resolution imaging microscopy. So we learn more by doing this. We learned that there are specific RNA clusters. There's actual tiny little pieces of genomic RNA floating around. There's these round double-stranded RNAs. But overall, it's really an illustration of the power of this super resolution microscopy. So please remember where this came from. early experiments, trying to see optical storage in solids, trying to then try to detect the first single molecule by light, then seeing blinking and so forth. This turns into super resolution with applications. So I have some final thoughts to give to you, and this is quite important, so hopefully we can just go on for a few more moments. Let me just encourage you to be driven by what you enjoy. As you're thinking about your career and what you're going to do in studies, whether they're in Berkeley or in China, you have to be driven. It's essential because it can be hard work to discover new things at the frontiers. You have to be determined, persistent, methodical, but you have to enjoy it every day. You don't spend all your time waiting to think, am I going to get a Nobel Prize? In fact, you want to be thinking of what's really interesting and cool about this science every day. You want to ask how things work. In our society, we don't ask this question so much anymore. Each of you carries a supercomputer in your pocket. Do you really know how it works? Do you really know how the data is stored, how it's calculated? How does the camera work? How do the mirrors, lenses, whatever work inside? There's so much about our world that you want to learn about. So you encourage your brothers and sisters, your younger brothers and sisters, to push beyond conventional wisdom and question assumptions. And keep your eyes open for surprises. That's very important. I showed you in this work that the blinking, etc., those things were really surprises. If we had said, the boss didn't tell me that I was supposed to see that, so I better not tell that boss that I've seen this new thing. You have to be prepared for something new when you're looking in a regime that has not been explored before. Also, I want to encourage you to embrace failure as a learning process. Failure will occur if you're working on a hard problem. There will be some things that don't work. And rather than getting depressed about it or unhappy about it, it's much, much better to say, hey, what is it that I didn't quite know about this problem? What do I need to learn to try to figure it out a little bit better the next time? It's really a learning process. And so it's really important to do this. And you know that we do all this because science provides this rational and predictive way to understand our world, to make new discoveries, and to invent new applications. In fact, science is under attack. From climate change to vaccines to energy and food, there are lots of forces in our society that says, oh, well, we don't have to believe those scientists. Let's believe some other people that are on the other side. But science is the best way to improve our world. The method of science is generally predictive and has built-in correction mechanisms. We have no choice if we're trying to solve difficult problems. To build a bridge, you better use the right equations to design the bridge. To design a molecule, you have to use details of chemistry. To send a probe to Pluto, to make sure it is there 9 years later, exactly where it's supposed to be. Science is essential. It's not an alternative fact. And I want to just ask you to please help combat misinformation. Any forces that try to propagate misinformation are detrimental to the future of our world. And I'm hoping that all of you will help me try to combat misinformation. I want to thank my collaborators, my students, my postdocs, and my funding agencies, and thank you very much for your attention.
Hi, Professor. Can these high-resolution fluorescent microscope be used to view the living cells, or if the light is, if the light is too strong, it might kill the cell. So can it be used to see living cells in different state at a time?
Yeah, that's a great question. Very good question. I happen to show you pictures of what are called fixed cells, but this also works in living cells. The living cells I showed earlier, those bacterial cells where the molecules were blinking and so forth, those were live cells. And in mammalian cells, you can also observe single molecules and observe molecules moving around. So there are different ways to approach the living cell problem, different methods and techniques, but the light itself is not that damaging, okay? As opposed to electrons, which will damage the cell eventually, light is generally non-invasive.
Thank you. Is there any other questions?
There's one.
Hi, Professor. So thank you so much for an inspirational speech. And you mentioned that to never be afraid to have failures. But when you see a phenomenon that's like surprising, or when you have an idea that's different from the majority of people, and the big atmosphere is that everyone is actually afraid of making mistakes, how do you actually like speak out and propose that new idea and have innovation?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's a really important question. It's, of course, as scientists, we're always skeptics. That is, we're always asking ourselves, oh, well, here's the way things are supposed to be. So things that don't match that could be wrong, okay? So the idea here is that if you do see something surprising, it's really important to check. That is to do every control you can think of, to recheck every part of the experiment, and so on, to make sure that it's not coming from any small fluctuation or an unplugged cable or some piece of electronics that's not working perfectly at the moment. It's absolutely essential. And only then, of course, do you want to start saying, well, we are seeing this interesting effect, which is different from what is normally expected. So you're absolutely right. Our atmosphere is one of trying to make sure people prove what they're claiming, right? That's the an open mind to something that might be surprising is still very, very important to have the ability to discover new things.
Thank you. Is there any other questions?
Hi, Professor. I'm sorry. Hi, Professor. I want to add something on the last question. So I'm wondering, when you're doing some of the chemical labs, will you like based on what you see and to find out like the reason, the logical behind it, or you will use like a more mathematical logic to to push through like what you find, like what you see. So,
well, if I understand your question, I think the proper way to answer this is we do both. We use mathematical analysis because mathematics is fundamental to science. And by using mathematics, we can be precise and we can measure numbers. We can see what the statistics are of those numbers, what is the expected variation in those numbers, things like that. And so we have to have that fundamental mathematical foundation. It's also essential when you say see, okay? In seeing, what we're doing really is pointing a camera at a sample, or we're making a voltage measurement that might change as a function of time and showing it on an oscilloscope. I mean, seeing in a general sense is basically measurements. So the measurements are essential in experimental science, and they have to be connected to theoretical understanding. Sometimes theory may predict something before you do the experiment. Sometimes theory maybe can predict all kinds of experiments that haven't been done yet. But we still have to do the experiments to check to see whether that theory is correct, because not every theory is absolutely perfect.
Thank you.
Professor, thank you for your amazing speech. And I'm a law student from UC Berkeley, specialized in intellectual property law. And I'm currently researching whether IP actually facilitates innovation or a monopoly ensured by IP prevents competition and innovation. So I want to ask you, for your research and your experience, how do you think about IP law and IP policy? Do you think like patent It actually like facilitate innovation or sometimes like it prevent competition and innovation?
Well, that's quite a difficult question. Okay, I'm sure that you could spend your whole life trying to answer this question. And Nobel laureates don't have the answer to every single question. In the case of intellectual property law, of course, it is meant to make sure that an investment that is made by a company or whatever in a certain area has some protection, because if they got the idea first, then they have a responsibility of being able to make some profit from it. But at the same time, it does have effects on other companies, but sometimes it may stimulate other companies to think of other ways to solve the same problem. And so there are aspects of it that can be stimulating to other competitors, let's say. It's a pretty complicated thing, it turns out, at least in my experience, because we actually have a patent on green fluorescent protein out of those original experiments from 1997 with Roger Chen and so on. And what was in the patent? Photochromism. We said, oh, we have a photochromic molecule, a photochromic fluorescent protein, because what were we thinking about at the time? Optical storage. Optical storage, okay, here's what the patent's about. But the real application of blinking is in super resolution. Completely different from what was in the patent. So you have to realize, it's a big, complicated world, and I just can't give you a yes, no answer to that.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, and we'll take our final question.
Professor Moana, so you made such great achievement in the chemistry and the science field. So I was wondering, like, could you talk about like your habits, what habits that you kind of like build up like your success or your achievement in the chemistry field?
Habits. Well, of course, in early days, I did homework, problem sets, worked on science, worked on mathematics, worked on chemistry. I mean, there's no substitute for learning deeply about different fields. And in my case, I particularly profited from learning multiple fields. So the idea is, and at least my approach, learn one field deeply. That's what everybody does at the beginning. That's where everybody starts. Learn that field deeply. It turns out later you can learn another field. You can add another field without much difficulty, because many of the threads of science are similar. Exponential functions are in every area of science. Once you learn how to handle that, you can handle it in engineering or in physics or in chemistry or whatever, and biology. So these days, since most exciting science occurs at the boundaries between fields, I think there's a lot of value to learn a little bit about more than one field as you go through your life. All the ideas from the first field can help in the new field. But habits, of course, my habits are work and work hard and so on, and also to have fun, also to sing, also to play instruments, and have a social life. That is, you must be a well-rounded person. All of that time away from science and work and so forth helps to refresh your brain to come back and try to do a scientific problem later. So that's basically the way in which I proceeded. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Warner, for sharing your story, your life story as a researcher, as well as some truly inspirational advice for us as individuals to make the world a better place. And speaking of to make the world a better place, we will continue with our last panel discussion of the day with the topic environment, ESG, and climate change. ESG refers to environmental, social, and governance. Global sustainability challenges such as flood risk and rising sea levels, privacy and data security, demographic shifts, and regulatory pressures are introducing new risk factors for investors that may not have been considered previously. As companies face rising complexity on a global scale, investors may reevaluate traditional investment approaches. ESG growth is accelerating, but how can we conduct better ESG investment?
Thank you for introducing the panel. So for now, we'll We then have our third panelist, Clark with Professor at UC Berkeley and Associate Professor and Co-Principal Investigator at Tsinghua Berkeley Shenzhen Institute. Our fourth panelist is Ahmad Badruzal, who is a professional faculty at UC Berkeley. Our moderator for this event will be Casey Roy, who is currently a quality consultant at professional. Let's welcome our panelists and moderator to the stage.
Hi, everyone. I'm Casey Loy, so I'm an MBA student at Haas, and I'll be a moderator today. I think before we begin with our discussion and introductions from our live panelists, we're going to listen to two videos sent in from Dr. Peng and Professor Lepage first.
Everybody, my name is Peng Fan. I'm currently an advisory partner with Wharton International Investment, and I was formerly a solar industry executive as well. Thanks for the BCS committee invitation. The title of my presentation today is a strategic opportunity for new solar industry in America under the vision of Carbon Neutral Inflation Reduction Act 2022. Let's take a look at the background from Paris Agreement to today. In 2015, Paris Agreement agreed global temperature increase than the pre-industry level should be less than 2 degrees centigrade. And by 2030, carbon emission should be peaked. And by 2050, global carbon neutral should be reached, means the zero net emission by 2050. In 2021, January, President Biden signed the order to return to Paris Treaty, vote to create tens of million jobs in US. And let's look at the US emission by 2019 statistics. The US emission come from transportation, about 29%, and from power industry, about 25%. Other industry is 23%. Commercial buildings is 13%. Agriculture is about 10%. The total carbon neutral investment were created dozens of trillion US dollars market and need global collaboration. As you know, the PV panel industry or installation is a major contributor of the renewable energy. In 2021, about more than half of the watts of the installation is come from PV industry. Totally installed 168 gigawatt globally. Among them, China installed about 40%, US installed about 15%, and other countries also participated. However, if you look at the industry supply chain, many of the Chinese panel production is exported. China is not just the user of panels, but still way less than production of panels. Europe is second largest user, followed by the USA. If you look at the solar industry supply chain, we have polysilicon and also the ingot produced by polysilicon, and we cut the ingot, produce the wafer, and use the wafer to produce solar cell. and combine the solar cells into a panel and install the panel into the field, create a solar farm. So if you look at the supply chain in 2021, about 80% is owned by China for the power panel industry. Among them, the polysilicon have about 79% produced in China, wafer about 97% produced in China. Solar cell and the module is about 80 to 85% produced in China. And also, if you look at the solar pricing, in last 10 years, it's reduced significantly, and it's already reached the so-called globally solar power grid parity. What is the grid parity means? Means solar power produced electricity is equivalent or less than other power produced by coal or other means. Let's take a look at August 16, 2022. President Biden signed the Inflation Reduction Act into law. This action asked the total 10 years for about 350 billion incentive plan for renewable energies in USA. There are 3 goals in US. The first, addressing the global climate change. Second, establishing US supply chain for clean tech industry. Third, incentivize customers and producers of clean tech product. Major mechanism is through the investment tax credits, it's about 30%, and also production tax credits, about 1.5 cents per watt, and also American production credit, manufacturer credit. Through this incentive plan, it's very significant. We believe it's never happened in last 20 years. And through this plan, we believe in next 10 years, the solar industry supply chain will bring back to US. As you know, the industry technology original is innovated in US, but in last 20 years is largely transferred to Asia and mainly in China. So in next 10 years, hopefully through the collaboration between US and China will bring the solar industry supply chain, manufacture chain especially, back to the US. This is roughly estimated. The Inflation Reduction Act were promoted 40% more installation in US by 2027. And also it were created a 50 billion per year market in US solar industry and created millions of high-paid jobs. Hopefully through the US and China collaboration, US solar industry can establish the supply chain again in next few years. Thank you.
I'm a professor in the School of Engineering and the Dorr School of Sustainability at Stanford. My area of research is in the multi-scale design of sustainable built environments. I also lead our research center on sustainable development and global competitiveness, along with our Smart and Sustainable Cities Research Center in South Korea. In addition to these research responsibilities, I teach extensively in our professional education and executive education programs in the areas of business and leadership, sustainable business practices, entrepreneurship, and venture capital investing. Environmental, social, and governance investing, or ESG, refers, of course, to a set of standards for a company's behavior used by conscious investors to screen potential investments. Environmental aspects of ESG, or the E, Consider how a company stewards our natural environment, including corporate policies addressing climate change, deforestation, or other attributes, for example. Social aspects of ESG, or the S. Consider how a firm manages its relationships with employees, suppliers, customers, and the communities where it operates. Governance aspects of ESG. Consider a company's leadership, executive pay, auditing, internal controls, and shareholder rights. From my personal experience, ESG considerations are changing the landscape for investing across a host of asset classes. While ESG may be mostly tied to large corporations with hundreds of thousands of shareholders and institutional investors managing large equity portfolios, I'd like to share with you something I recently witnessed regarding the importance of ESG in even the smallest of investments: angel investing at the pre-seed and seed stage of venture capital. Earlier this month, at an angel investing and venture capital training program I run at Stanford, the topic of ESG was seemingly ubiquitous. Consideration of ESG was evident among LPs who are looking to invest in funds that explicitly have ESG components in their investment thesis. Such consideration could range from seeking diverse founders to limiting investments in so-called vice industries. Consideration of ESG was evident among angel and venture investors who are seeking startups and founders who meaningfully address ESG considerations in their team formation, their product development, their business model, and their supply chain, among many other attributes. Finally, consideration of ESG was evident among founders who are seeking team members, corporate partners, and even customers who are part of meeting their ESG goals. Truly, ESG was seemingly ubiquitous at this venture investing training program I ran only recently. So how does anyone interested in ESG become involved in a substantial way? I think it makes most sense to take each one of the letters and consider them separately. The environmental part of ESG requires quantification of environmental impact, which leads directly to one of my areas of scholarship, the application of life cycle assessment to complex systems. Understanding the methods, rules, approaches, and guidelines of LCA is critical. As they say, if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And tools such as LCA allow us to measure and then manage the environmental considerations within ESG. The same is true for the S, in particular, using newly introduced methods focusing on social life cycle assessment, or SLCA. Finally, a sound understanding of business practices, accounting, and controls is the gateway to managing the G of ESG. There are now numerous programs at schools like Stanford and Berkeley, among others, that are effectively integrating all of these aspects into both engineering programs and business administration curricula. One only needs to search out the right courses and electives to learn each of these important aspects. Finally, I would say it is truly an exciting time for ESG across the corporate landscape. There is an increasing momentum globally for more responsible investing and the proper conduct of business. I would like to extend my congratulations on this wonderful event and look forward to hopefully seeing all of you in future events such as this. Thanks.
All right, perfect, everyone. So that was what we had from our panelists who are unable to attend. And on the same vein, I'd like to invite our live panelists to give us a little background on what they are focused on in regards to climate change and how they foresee the transition will be. Professor Slav, would you like to begin?
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm very glad to see all of you staying through this session. It's usually the most difficult one for the speakers panelists because we are after a whole day of exciting news. But I don't have any slides, I don't have any video, but I am live, so you can ask me difficult questions, and I am from Berkeley. One issue that I would like to bring up first is that in many parts of the sort of sustainability community, there is an ongoing discussion what it exactly means. And a large group of people differentiate between sustainability and ESG. ESG, as you heard, is the focused on environmental, social, and governance factors. That group of people that I'm referring to, and I'm not sure if they are right or wrong, but please remember, this is a developing live subject. I teach to students and I say, this is not calculus. In calculus, you know that the derivative of a cosine is minus sine, and that's enough story. Here, the answers are much more complicated and can change. So sustainability is a concern about well-being of humans, all of us, our environment, our natural resources, but also about future generations, people who are not yet born. ESG is perceived as a tool for business to say make more money and not to harm as much as they used to do in a way. So that's a difference. Coming directly to your question, how do we transition? Well, let's not be shy of looking straight into the facts. It is going to be very, very difficult. In the last roughly 200 years, say from the Industrial Revolution in beginning of the 19th century, roughly, or even a little bit earlier, since that time, we have developed infrastructure, technology, and dependence on fossil fuels, coal, oil, gas, and a little bit more recently, nuclear power, which is not fossil fuel. Right now, 75% or 80% of the global energy production and consumption is from fossil fuels. It took us 200 years to get here. How are we going to get to the goal of eliminating them, or at least significantly reducing? That is very, very hard. I personally don't see pathways that are shown in details. That's one of the problems. We're going to have problems on technology, on economics, and on politics. And we can talk about each of these elements more. But one thing is that in the social political sphere, we really don't focus on the transition. How do we get from where we are to where we want to be? So that's, I think, enough for the introductory statement, if you like it.
Thank you. Thank you. I think you have nailed the issue on the head. So I'm not an academic. I've done a lot of research in the industries, and I span nuclear, petroleum, and solar industries. I've worked in all of them. And I now teach a course at Haas, which is called Energy and Civilization, where we deal with this issue of energy transition, climate issues, and the energy pollution. Now, I'm going to ask you something. How many of you think that renewables are all clean? Raise your hand. No? Man, these guys are going to be very upset. There is no such thing as clean energy. I'm going to tell you very bluntly, every energy source has pollution associated with it. The question is, can you mitigate that? How do you handle that? Because we do need to transition. And let me tell you one story that one group of people that are never talked about in these audiences. 40% of the world's population still rely on biomass fuel. 40%. So I did a calculation for my class that I teach at Haas. If they all switch to fossil fuel, the greenhouse gas footprint will increase by about 40%. Kind of straightforward. It's 40% more people. So you're going to go in the absolutely wrong direction. There's a lot of fossil fuel in the world. So if you want to give them modern energy system, you can give them fossil fuel, but you're going to head up in the wrong direction. On the other hand, you say, oh, okay, we're going to give them nuclear. So just to transition that population to nuclear, you will need to build about 3,000 more nuclear power plants. 3,000, I'm not kidding. The world only has about 400 now. So you're talking about an order of magnitude increase in nuclear power plants, which is not going to happen. Because each nuclear plant, if it costs about $10 billion, you're talking about 3,000 times 10, $3 trillion. Then I looked at solar. I said, okay, let's not go to nuclear, it's too expensive. If you converted those 40% people using biomass to solar, you would need about over 300,000 square miles of land, which is about 2.5 times the size of Germany. So we really do not have enough land to convert those people, let alone convert us. Where the professor said we are still using 75% from the fossil fuels. So he's right, it's an extraordinarily difficult problem. So those people who are selling you these easy solutions, I don't think they know what they're talking about. We need to think through this very solidly. So we need to use a common sense approach. And like the professor here said, there is a transition time. There will be a transition period. And we'll have to think through that very carefully. My feeling is we'll probably continue to use some form of fossil fuels. We'll probably transitioning to some nuclear, some solar, some renewable, as you can afford, as you can do, and look for additional energy solutions. And there are quite a few out there. Now, one comment I want to make that people don't often make is that we all want to go to electric vehicles because our cars are very polluting. Or we want to use solar PV. The Australian National University did a recent study where they calculated that if you want to do that with the current plans, you will need about 4 to 5 times more of the minerals that you need than you already have. So again, we are dealing with an extraordinary problem, difficult problem, which would involve finance, social issues, money. And this is where I think ESG is very, very, very important. Because environment, we need to protect. Social responsibility is critically important. And governance is important. Now, there is a big debate between two groups of people. The conservatives say, ESG is just money grab by the left. And the left say, oh, these conservatives are just trying to keep killing us with fossil fuel. I don't think neither is correct. Because if you do ESG correctly, and I used to work for a very large corporation where I was a scientist. I was helping them pollute the world because I was working in fossil fuel. But it changed the lives of many people in developing world, where our business was, and electricity came, cars came to those countries. So now what do you do? So the point I'm trying to make here is that you have to think through how you're impacting other people's lives. Governance is very important. So in 2010, before I retired in 2012, I asked the company, could they give me some money to do a pilot project where they're producing a lot of gas from that country. Can you give me some money so that I can test the idea of small energy systems in rural areas? Where I would put in solar panels on homes, solar panels on schools to run their lights and fans and computers, and run improved cook stoves so that people at home, the women at home, are not dying from biomass pollution. And of course, also do a biogas plant. This was an interesting project. We were trying to test some ideas. We learned a lot from that. And so you have to think outside the box. The reason I proposed that is that the company was in this rural area, my company at the time. The local people were saying, you're producing a lot of gas from our lands. You're not giving us any gas. You need to give us gas or else. They say, no, we can't do that because the government owns the gas. So the company was in a jam. I went to the company and said, look, we have another solution. We are not going to can't give them gas, but can you give them energy? Because these are rural people who are using kerosene lamps. They're using these very polluting biomass stoves to cook. If we give them something else like rooftop solar, their life will be cleaner. Their women will be able to teach their children at night. They will be able to do some business at night. And that's exactly what happened. So you have to think outside the box. And you need to bring along the other 40% of the world with you as you think through these problems. So with that, I'm ready for questions. Thank you.
I just want to follow on what you were saying and not to give an impression that we are all pessimists here.
Right.
There are great stories that happened in this transition. There is, for example, we went with lighting from incandescent, the traditional light bulbs that had about 5% efficiency. They used the rest for heat to LEDs. I don't know, these don't look like LEDs here, but we're now at 95%. So that's one transition. We went in economics in terms of generating electricity, and I stress we're talking about electricity. A lot of people confuse total energy or energy for other purposes with electricity. But in terms of electricity, we came to the point that generating electricity from photovoltaics and particularly onshore wind may be the cheapest of all the choices. So there are stories about contracts from Saudi Arabia, long-term contracts to provide electricity at 1 cent per kilowatt hour. That's practically free. And you mentioned nuclear power. There's a lot of interest in this, the small modular reactors. That's another possible achievement. So there is a lot of things that we can all do. And this will not be a single silver bullet. There will be many, many things that we need to look at and move forward. That's the important part. We need to move forward.
Any burning questions from the audience so far? No? Okay, I have a question. So we brought up many points here. You brought up solutions which are rather capital intensive, right? And we also talked about solutions which the developing world can also adopt. So bearing in mind the context where we are, Asia, for example, 70% of cities are coastal. So with climate change bringing by so many extremes, we see flooding, we see extreme heats, there might be a fair amount of migration that happens in the next couple of years because of that. Now, how do we mitigate that really impactful situation? I see your eyes burning there.
He brings up a very important point, climate migration. Now, if you if you talk to the deniers, they will tell you there is no such thing as a climate migration. Well, maybe not in the direct sense, but I was born in a country which is only 54,000 square miles, and it has half the US population. And there are floods, hurricanes, sea level rise, and people are moving. So if you go to where I was born, you will see people migrating. And that's a very, very important point. And it's going to cost trillions of dollars, trillions, I'm not kidding. You need to come to my class at Haas to see the numbers. We do those calculations to migrate millions of people if we have to. But if you don't have to, if they live in the same place that they are doing, then you don't have to have that climate migration. So the issue of climate and pollution has to be addressed now. I don't think we can wait for it, but we have to be sensible about it. As the professor said, there are a lot of solutions, but I also don't think, I'm a physicist. I've done technology all my life, but I don't think technology is the only solution. This problem gives us a chance to come together as a world. Within a society, across society, we can come to terms with our differences and say, hey, if we don't solve this problem together, we're going to drown together. Is that what we want? And that is why in 2015, when I saw Obama and Xi Jinping shaking hands before the Paris Climate Treaty, I was really amazed. I don't know what happened to that spirit now, but I hope we can rekindle that. And you guys need to push for it. The young people, we're old, we'll be long dead before we get drowned. But you guys will have to make a difference. And with that, thank you.
Well, maybe in this vein, one more example, as I look at this and optimistic. How many of you remember the ozone hole? Yeah. Well, the story was that in about 1970s, scientists, and some of them actually got Nobel Prize for this, discovered that chemicals that were commonly used for refrigeration, and I mean, real refrigeration, the industrial size refrigeration, that's the biggest emitter, were reacting with the ozone in the stratosphere. And that ozone protects us from ultraviolet radiation. Otherwise, we would be all covered with SPC 25 or 45 all day long. Initially, it was sort of discarded. Oh, well, there's maybe interesting chemistry in it. Maybe this is not a big deal. Then there was a very significant result of a survey of ozone deficiency from over the Antarctica, and the ozone hole meme was born. What happened then? We, in about 10 years or so, went into what is now known as a Montreal Protocol that severely restricted the use of these chemicals, essentially replacing them with something that is less harmful, not completely innocent, but less harmful. Well, that's the positive story. Now, think about the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement, and then everything that follows this. That's much more complicated, because in the case of Montreal Protocol, we had one group of compounds in a very focused, targeted application, and there was a very clear evidence of what's happening. We talk about climate change, it's everybody. Everything that we are doing, or almost everything that we are doing, has an effect. So it is much bigger problem, both in terms of the localization, but also societal impact. And the solutions are much more complicated. But I think there is some good trend or good feeling, if you like it. And I agree with Ahmed. It is up to you who will become the leaders in this field to push this agenda forward. But you have good examples.
So there's a great note on that. So it's up to us to push this forward, to carry this torch and move on. With me coming from the business school as well, can you give us a couple of examples of where the opportunities lie? What can we do? Is it all large scale, or can it be individual efforts as well? It would be nice to get a picture of that.
I think there's many opportunities. And business wants to make money. Let's face it, this is very noble, right? You can start with something that is simple, relatively simple. One example is improving efficiency of energy utilization. Okay, if you don't need the light, turn it off. People, may not do this on their own, so have some systems that will do this. Have sensors that sense where the people are and they turn on or turn off the lights. Energy use in buildings is a huge problem. I think it was addressed in one of the videos. And if you can reduce energy use in buildings, that would be a very big deal. Okay? So that's essentially a relatively simple solution. There's a possibility to do it on a small scale, on a large scale. And here we are.
I agree. But we're billions of us here on this earth, and we're using electricity. We leave our rooms, lights on. Lately, my wife has been complaining that I take too long in the shower. And she is paying the water bill, and it's increasing. So I've been talking to her to see, is there something that would turn off the water in the shower while I'm soaping myself? Could be that could save some water. So there are some avenues of thinking outside the box. Now, on the area of energy, something that I have been studying for almost 20 years is something that I tell my students in the class is, can we recycle CO2 to other products? And there are people thinking about that. So my question is, can we recycle CO2 back to hydrogen? And this is happening, by the way, the idea is not new, but a lot of people are thinking about it. Hydrogen is a clean fuel. US Department of Energy just announced an $8 billion funding for generating hydrogen and go to a hydrogen economy here. 8 billion, not million, $8 billion. Converting CO2, and this is something that I've studied, is back to methane takes a lot of energy. Where do you get that energy? Well, in my youthful days, I would look at nuclear. Then I ran into a physicist, a chemist who said, no, you could use solar. So in other words, you can use, remember the solar is stronger at noon and we needed it in the afternoon. So we're wasting a lot of solar energy. Maybe that is one way or mechanism to store solar energy. Okay, into the hydrogen, and you use the hydrogen later by producing the hydrogen. So there are a lot of brilliant ideas out there that people are looking at. I wouldn't lose hope. Maybe it's not solar and wind alone, but there are other ideas out there, both in sciences and in physics, chemistry. And I think the world is not hopeless. We will find a way out, but we need to think outside the box. I keep saying that over and over again, because what happens is when you're young, you're exploring. Then you reach a stage of your life, you want to stay there because that's the more comfortable one. You need to get uncomfortable. You need to look beyond. You need to explore. And I think there are a lot of ideas of exploring. For example, one of my student groups last year did a project on wasted food. We waste billions of barrels worth of food in this country alone, the US, worldwide, of course, multiple times. So she led a group. They said, we can convert these wasted food into energy, convert it into methane, and then make it energy. Now you might say, well, if I make it methane, am I not producing CO2? Yes, but it's not new CO2. The CO2 is in the food. You're getting it out, and you put it back through the CO2 conversion. You're not adding any more methane. But the point is, you're going to be able to feed hundreds of millions of people doing that. So she has set up a nonprofit, and I was very impressed to see that somebody who took an undergraduate course with us got enthused by what we say and started a project. So there are a lot of small ideas around the world that you can think of. And I'll come with the story later if I have an opportunity of something that I witnessed myself that was fascinating. By a young engineer who has never traveled abroad, and he's doing clean energy for a community that he lives in. So I'll come to that later, but let's go to other questions.
Maybe just follow up on your simple solutions or small solutions. As a principal investigator in the Tsinghua Berkeley Shenzhen Institute, which is actually in our 7th year of existence. It's a joint venture between Berkeley and Tsinghua, and it is based in Shenzhen. I used to travel there. Sorry for my carbon footprint on airplanes, but I try to stay there for a couple months at a time, so that minimizes. No, why I'm saying that? Because in my apartment, there is a remote control for the air conditioning system. And on this remote control, there is a large green button. And that button is preset for 26 degrees centigrade. I'm not sure what that in Fahrenheit, but it's a norm in China for the temperature in the room. So when you take this in your hand, it is almost an instinct to push this button. Of course, you can lower it down to 18 or 17 degrees, but your first reaction is, well, just push this button. That saves energy. Young people like you love games, right? Gamification of the society. And now with metaverse, we're gonna be all embedded in this sort of environment. Well, think about this. Can this somehow help reduce environmental problems? People are trying to give like bonuses if you use less water or less energy, and they're gonna get some tokens. And it has some, but I would honestly say very limited aspect. Can you make it more attractive? You're gonna get tokens to improve your avatar if your consumption of energy is lower. Here you have a high-tech solution that may actually work.
Some interesting thoughts. Oh, I see a hand. We actually have a hand raised over there, so you might have a question about that.
Thanks for being here, and thank you for the really interesting topic. I know you guys are technologists, and you believe in high-tech solutions for everything, but I wanted to ask you about two specific things, and I don't know if this is thinking outside the box, as you were saying, Professor, but just for some background, one, you all know Elon Musk here, and Elon Musk had a really funny tweet at one point, it kind of became a meme. He said, there's no harder problem than traffic. Nobody can solve traffic. And then in new urban circles, they put a picture of a train, completely solve traffic. And kind of the point there being that our society, especially in the United States, I'm not going to point the finger at developed countries, is structured in such a way that we are by far the highest energy consumers in the world, 2.5 times more than China. Now, what I want to ask, right, you were saying there's no such thing as clean energy, electric cars, definitely not a solution. Why are we not a China forum? Why are we not collaborating closer with China to get rid of all the highways that we have, all the car infrastructure, and replace it with high-speed trains, right, which the technology exists for? And I think that would actually be a serious solution. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. That's one thing. Second thing I want to point out is our food supply system. One thing is that we waste a lot of food. But another reason why Americans are the largest energy consumers in the world is this intense demand for meat and animal products in our food chain. I wanted to ask you, if you really want a serious solution, I personally believe that promoting a vegan diet, not eating meat, not consuming animal products is one of the only serious ways to reduce our energy consumption. I wanted to ask you about those two things, right? Trains and veganism. What are your thoughts?
Okay, well, I'll take a stab at that. First of all, in terms of collaborating with China, we are trying. The institute that I am part of is one example. We have students coming here, spending a year studying some of exactly your problems that they're talking about. So we're trying, but you realize that you heard this morning's speech by the first speaker that the, let's say, the environment is challenging, let's put it that way. But besides this, this is one of the problems that we have of the historical development. US has much lower population density than many other countries. And we grew up, we developed our infrastructure, our way of living this way. Changing that is a difficult process. It is possible, but you have to think about this more holistically. Because, just an example of the fast train, I would love to take a train from San Francisco to Los Angeles that will go at, what, 380 kilometers an hour. But then what? I end up in the middle of LA, which I must as well end up in the LAX, right? I need something more. So there has to be more holistic solution. Now that works very well if you have Shanghai that has 25 million people. Keep in mind that's more than half of population of California in one city. Okay, it works in Europe, although not as much as we perhaps envision, but we can move in that direction. Okay. If we had hydrogen cars powered by green hydrogen, maybe we don't need a train. Okay? So that's one thing. On the food issue, that is also a difficult one. This is a process that has been actually studied quite extensively, how people's diet changes when their wealth, their GDP per person increases. If you think about the people who are at the very bottom level of poverty, they eat starch, tubers, rice, and so on. And as they move into more proteins. We all need proteins. And historically, and for many people, taste, that's the next step. But then you move to the stage that we have in many places an overabundance of food. Obesity is one of the 5 major world risks that were identified in a paper was published just a couple of years ago in Lancet. They looked at the many risks all over the world, and obesity was one of the leading risks. Why? Because food becomes so available that we eat too much. Well, I try not to, but that's a different story. So that's maybe next step in way of saying, okay? That would be my answer.
You make very good points. You're talking about changing our lifestyle and habits. As the professor here says, that's a lot more difficult. People have heard about people complaining about Al Gore's giant home. He's all for climate change issues, but then his house consumes many, many kilowatts of electricity. So that's going to be a challenge. But a lot of times you have to make the effort to do that. Now, about the train, yeah, I would also love to travel to LA from San Francisco in a few hours. But it's going to take time. Maybe we'll never get rid of cars, but maybe more efficient cars would be the way. Maybe a hydrogen car. I don't know whether I want to get into a hydrogen car and it explodes. So I'll have to worry about that. So life, yes, this is an important point. It gets lost. Technology people only talk about technology. Okay. Now on nuclear, I would like to, not that, I'm a nuke, but nuclear has enormous issues. Don't forget those. But recently there was a development, something that I have been hoping for a very long time. It didn't happen in my career, is developing a nuclear power plant that produces power and produces industrial grade hydrogen or liquids and fluids. The concept was developed in the US long time ago. But because it was cheaper to build the current generation of nuclear plants, the other one is more expensive, more complicated, it didn't happen. China just commissioned a nuclear reactor, which is called a high temperature gas reactor in Shandong. It's not a big plant, it's only 200 megawatts. It will produce electricity. It will also produce hydrogen if you want out of it. It's a high temperature gas reactor. And it can turn coal into, can be used to turn coal into liquids. Okay, so there are ideas, big scale ideas out there that people are looking at. So again, I'm very hopeful technology would do it. And having grown up, I have 3 kids, and they're always pushing me to move away from meat. So yes, that will happen, I'm sure, one of these days, especially when I worry about my heart and lungs. Thank you. Questions?
Okay, we have time for another question. I saw it over here first. Okay, are you sure? Okay.
So I'm currently a junior in Berkeley, and I used to write a paper about the climate change. And my conclusion is that here are a lot of obstacles, especially the politics obstacles for solving the problem of climate change. And my conclusion is that for international organization, they need to make sure that there are satisfactory development spaces for both developing countries and developed countries. And they need a very efficient, like, punishment and reward system to punish the countries that are not doing very well on climate change, and to reward the countries that are doing very well on the climate change. And also the developing countries, I think the problem is developed countries, they are not saving the developing countries' poverty problem, and developing countries should develop faster and get off the poverty. But that's the problem, because when we're looking at today's world, the poverty problem is a very serious problem. And also the developed countries should make politics and independent party from the capitalist group, because like a lot of big companies like Volvo, like I don't know if I pronounced it right, KOCH, they are making a lot of big investment into the US government, and those politicians as representatives, they are making the difference. And when we look back at the capital market, when we look at Elon Musk or a lot like coal upgrading or carbon upgrading companies, they're doing the real things to help the climate change. And my question is, do you think the government is playing a more important role, or the capital market is playing a more important role to solve the problem of climate change? And thank you.
In my view, it is both. Governments have a role, a big role. The organizations such as the United Nations have a big role. Okay, and the markets have a big role. Industries have a big role. I used to work for a large company. Yes, it made a profit. That's what they're supposed to do. That's what they're, but at the same time, they bring in technologies, they bring in practices that may not be there. I saw it firsthand in my CSR project in a rural village in Bangladesh, where we taught the village women how to run their nonprofit. And that's a very Western concept in that sense, but it's also a very Eastern concept, because in the rural areas in that part of the world, they work collaboratively. They're not fighting each other to make money. They were trying to survive together. So there we made these two come together. And I think all of us and all these entities have a role. And that is why I think ESG is very important. That's the mechanism by which you can understand the risks that you are taking. Would you just jump in front of a car? You're not. You're going to evaluate your risks. So people who complain about ESG, they need to think that this is a way to evaluate a risk realistically. Of course, the ESG has to be done right. So that is why those people, I'm not an expert on ESG, but again, from my CSR projects, I saw that CSR was an important mechanism by which the company I used to work for mitigated some of its local risks when people were complaining about them. So yes, all these entities. But again, we also as individuals have roles too. They may be small roles, but we elect our leaders. Sometimes we select our leaders. Doesn't matter how you do it. At the end of the day, a government leadership is responsible for the people's welfare. And if you point that out over and over again, doesn't matter whether you are Republican, Democrat, independent democracy, etc., they will pay attention. No leader wants his people to die so that he ends up in the prison. So my point is, all these 3 points are important. We need to keep pushing. We need to keep pushing the social angle. We need to keep pushing the technological angle. Okay, science and technology have a lot more to offer. And I think that's where we're going to meet. By the way, in our class, we also talk about past energy transitions. We went from biomass to coal to oil. All of them had exactly the same questions. Every time energy transition came, people are, when the trains came, people are worried about all these horses going out of business. Okay? When the mechanized farming came in many countries, people are worried that all the farmers will be out of business. Technology is a help, not a replacement for us. And it's we that are going to make a difference.
Just to perhaps underscore this, there is a very important concept that is not being really, I think, discussed. That sustainability is about values. It's a normative process, if you want to use fancy words, but it's really what we believe is right to do. And following your question about meat consumption, that is the issue of value. And these values do change. I've seen myself tremendous change in the societal values, business values, political values. They are often slow, but if you live long enough, you will see it. Question is, how do we promote these changes? Okay? That's the important part, because why should I care about climate change? Maybe it's not a big deal for me. Okay? But if we think this is the right thing to do, we have the power and the tools to move forward on this. So please remember, this is all about our common values.
Thank you very much. I think we're about at time, so hopefully we helped shine some light on values and what we can do to move forward. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
behind the microphone.
Oh.
Do you want to give it? Yeah.
Okay, thank you again to all the panelists and thank you, Lori, for hosting this session. So we are approaching the end of the summit now. And first of all, I would like to thank and also our host and to thank the audience here and also online who have stayed the whole day for this event. We know it is definitely not easy. So thank you guys again for all of the patience. And we genuinely hope that you have learned something from the event today. And hosting this event is definitely not easy. So before we officially end, we would like to invite all of our presidents to come up for closing remarks. Starting with Melika.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Isabella Zhao Wenjun in Chinese. I am the co-president of the 2022 Berkeley China Summit. Thank you. I joined Berkeley China Summit 3 years ago while I was still a freshman, participating as an ordinary member. And last year, after being as a content leader, I decided to compete for the co-president position. And now I'm here, a senior political science and economics double majors, trying to close up this event, an event that was planned and prepared for almost half a year. So firstly, I would like to say thank you sincerely to all of our audiences. Thanks for your interest in our Berkeley China Summit, especially during this challenging time. You know, there was a protest, there was COVID, the new format of hosting literally everything over Zoom. So thanks again for being physically sitting here for almost the whole day. We hope you all enjoy our topics and discussions and maybe benefit at least a little bit from today's summit. And broadly, we hope that our discussions have brought up insights in areas such as academia, government work, as well as industries and businesses. If that was the case, I would be extremely honored and grateful because that was our goal and mission, which is to facilitate US-China communication and collaboration in areas including technology, entrepreneurship, environment, education, and so on, especially during this challenging time. So venturing amid uncertainties, collaboration for prosperity, this was why we named our summit theme this year as such. And secondly, I would like to say thank you again to all of our wonderful keynote speakers, panelists, sponsors, and media. Thanks for coming and participating in our event. Just as Jerry and Teresa have said, our summit would not be as complete and as insightful if any of you were missed it. Our whole team appreciated the time and efforts you all spent on us. And turns out it was all worth it, hopefully. Okay, without further sayings, let me pass my words to Stephen Yang, who is our other co-president. He will officially introduce our team to you all. Welcome and thank you again.
All right, thank you, Bella, and hello, I'm Stephen Yang. It's been my pleasure to be with all of you today, and I'm a senior at UC Berkeley. I've been involved in BCS for more than 2 years. It's been an honor to be among this dedicated team and among the mission promoting better conversations and collaborations. I'm here to show my appreciation to our wonderful team of BCS, the content team, Halik Tuo, Zhilian Liu, Ava Zhou, Lisa Li, Michelle Zhu, Operations Department with Director Vivian Chen, Network Engagement Department with Director Jerry Xu, Marketing Department with Director Barilla Wang, Zhao Yang, and the Information Technology Department, Director Tony Wang. Pardon me for my time limit, but the list of names should go on. Thank you all for your incredible work during this uncertain time and for giving me one of the best memories in college. A huge shout out to all of you guys. Finally, if you're a student here at UC Berkeley, and if you are interested in our Berkeley China Summit, please consider joining us. I will promise this will be some of our best experiences and memories. Thank you. And let me pass my words to Robert Ng, our co-president representative. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. I know we are officially coming to an end, and I'm the last one, so you maybe hate me, but I will be very quick. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's our great honor to have so many of you joining us today, and this is the first in-person event in 3 years. And we are so glad that you are here to support us. Thank you so much. My name is Roger Ying, the co-president representative for Berkeley China Summit this year, and I myself is an alumnus of the Berkeley High School of Business. Thank you for that. And over the past 6 years, we feature high-level discussions in all aspects, and we actually have Nobel laureates or Turing Award winners coming in at BCS every single year. So that's a really great achievement of all our team. And we hope to continue that tradition to our next year. So as I said, we include all the aspects, including like technology, innovation, as you hear, like Web3, entrepreneurship, innovation, and also ESG, climate change. So we are ready to try to chase down the heated topic to give you more insight and professional perspective to all our students and professionals. So as you know, we are, so if you are aware or if you are here in the morning, you may aware that the protest that at the second floor. So that's a well illustration of the fact that we are actually living amid uncertainties, which is precisely what our theme is about. So we at BCS, we cherish different values and perspectives, religions and beliefs. And we have participants, members, speakers, and volunteers from all backgrounds. So they speak different languages, have different cultures, and different perspectives. Yet we appreciate the discussion we have together, and we respect each other and collaborate for prosperity. So as an entrepreneur myself and a data-driven person, I'd like to share some numbers with all of you. So today we have a total of 300 in-person audience, and 40% of them are industry professionals covering more than 150 companies. So let's give a round of applause to all the audience here, and thank you all for supporting us. So next, I'd like to give a special thanks for our for operations, tech, and volunteer team at the back of the venue. They get up 6 a.m. in the morning, so they work really hard on making this event happen. So thank you all for supporting us and your hard work. And additionally, we're excited to see an increasing number of people joining and supporting BCS. We have a 20% increase on our WeChat account this year, and we have 5 times more followers on LinkedIn and Instagram this year, and we want to follow that tradition in the next year as well. So in this year, we also connect with a record high 40+ student organizations and partners, including our amazing sponsors at the back as well. So please join me to thank our marketing and network engagement team to make such a successful event happen. Thank you so much. So I'd also like to thank our senior board members. Most of them are Berkeley alumni who graduated more than 10 years ago. So they volunteered their time and energy into Berkeley China Summit and helped us to invite so many great speakers and panelists. So I'd like to especially thank them as well. And finally, I'd like to thank our amazing MC today, Jerry and Teresa, for your hard work and diligent work. Thank you so much. All right, so thank you everyone for joining again. I will now hand it back to Jerry and we'll start our final networking session. We look forward to seeing you in the next year and thank you for your support for BCS 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert, for the closing remarks. Now, almost at the end of today's main conference, we are staying on conference of national, Alberto Canto, event for food, and California Association for the support and collaborating on this event. We also want to thank all the speakers and the moderators for the panels for today's event. Thank you all for the thoughtful insights and for the unique perspectives. Last but not least, we want to thank the audience for staying here and participating in this year's Berkeley China Summit. Without you, our event will not happen. We appreciate everyone's contributions to the event, and thank you all for coming. Hope to see everyone next year, and thank you.
Thank you. See you next year.
And for our final 40 minutes, there will be like a more formal networking session right now. So people can divide into the topics they're interested in. So for the ESG panel, some of our panelists are still here. So if you are interested in topics related to environmental ESG and like environment sustainability, feel free to come like near the stage, like this area will be, you can ask our panelists questions or you can meet people who is also interested in related topics. And for entrepreneurship and Web3, so like those people can gather around on the left-hand side of the conference room, and there you can have discussion with people with similar interests. Yeah, thank you everyone, and yeah, hope you all have a nice networking session, and see you all next year. Thank you.